and good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope you're all doing well this fine Wednesday. Are we ready to rumble? Day 7 of the Megan Boswell trial. We ended on somewhat of a high last night with a massive mic drop moment with the forensic pathologist, whose name I'm not going to try to pronounce. She's from Croatia. And, the cross-examination by Jean Scott got a little bit heated at the end there because the forensic pathologist refused to answer the question at first with a yes or no answer. She answered, but Jean Scott wanted a yes or a no. And Mr. Goodwin, the judge, said you will be held in contempt of court if you don't answer yes or no. But she said, yeah. Like the question was, could Evelyn have already been dead by the time she was wrapped in the blanket and the foil and put in the trash bag and then thrown upside down in the trash can? She could already have been dead. Yes or no? So she answered, yes, she could have been murdered differently. That was perfect. Now, I know not everybody thought that was professional of her to do that and to potentially, get herself to a point where a judge has to say, you'll be held in contempt of court. But I thought it was a brilliant answer. Oh, what streams come on? Oh, no. They're just playing stupid music. Just heard it in the background there. We'll ping it on over. I've currently muted the strange music that they use. Yeah. What's gone down? Why has it gone off? Thank you for tuning in. What's going on? Thank you for tuning in. Maybe they're going to start a new stream. Okay. All right. We'll sort that out in a second. We'll sort that out in a second. I think someone at Court TV maybe is not quite woken up yet. They've pressed the wrong button. I know exactly what's happened. I've nearly done it myself, where they're fiddling with the settings and the inner workings of the stream, and instead of pressing whatever they wanted to press, they've turned the stream off. So they're going to have to set it up again. Oh dear. All right. We'll find it again. Don't worry. So we've got Law & Crime that we can use at Court TV. Oh, Court TV. Bless them. Look. Look at this. This is Court TV. Day 7, 27 seconds. Somebody's going to be swearing. Really swearing behind the scenes. All right, we'll put Law & Crime on until Court TV sort their act out. The reason why I prefer Court TV is because it just tend to be just that bit better, like the audio tends to be that bit better. But oh dear, why is it not letting me do full screen? What's going on here? It's not letting me do full screen. Okay, we'll leave it like that for now. But at least we know we've got one. Let's say a few hellos while we're waiting. While we're waiting here, we've got Alpha, we got Lisa, we got Tammy, Beth, Lisa, Alison, Cammy, Amanda, Osland, Karen, Sue, Broken Goth Dolls going for lunch, Celtic Vegan, Panna Lover, CW. Yeah, yesterday I hit 83,000 subscribers. It's been slow going over the last couple of months. It really has. When there's a new case that everybody jumps on, that tends to be when I get a little influx of subscribers. Otherwise, it's like trickling, like maybe a few new ones every day. But yeah, my plan is by the end of the year. So we're only in February, so I think this is potentially doable. I plan to get to 100,000 subscribers by the end of this year. We'll see. But it is a very slow trickle at the moment. All right, we've got ETET, we've got Tracker, also we've got Deborah, Bet, Dawn, Eileen, Professor 22, Rambling Rome, Buglove, Lisa, Teffy, Carl, Girl Next Door, Moira, Popcorn, Miss Wales, Thunderhorse. Again, I'm not even going to try. So we got Aurora. We got Jadzia. We got Jackie. Whooshes. Did you all see the defences watching court TV during the trial? Are they? Well, don't let Judge Goodwin know that you can see the defence's screens, because Judge Goodwin did not like the fact the other day that the camera had zoomed in over on the defense table and could look, and it was only there for a very short time, but could look at Mr. Scott's computer screen. So if they did it again yesterday, Judge Goodwin is not going to be a happy bunny. He's threatened to completely cut cameras from the courtroom. So don't tell him. Don't tell Judge Goodwin, please, or else we'll all get booted. She was close to not answering. Yeah. I think she didn't want to be put in the position of him being able to say, well, if Evelyn was already dead, then how can you tell that this was a murder? How can you tell that this wasn't just a sudden infant death, or wasn't, an accidental rollover? And it basically disregards everything she'd said previous in her testimony about why, in her opinion, it wasn't accidental. It would have really, put her in a corner. So I knew why. She'd answered the question, but I knew why she wasn't going to give him a yes or no. And she couldn't say, to the question, could Evelyn have already been dead when she was wrapped and dumped? If she'd said yes, she had to, yes, she was definitely alive, that's kind of disingenuous, because nobody 100%, given the amount of time that's lapsed, could say 100% that Evelyn was alive. So I can understand why she didn't want to get cornered, as he was trying to do. He was trying to corner her. But that was a perfect response. Some people think she was unprofessional by the way she acted. It did get a little bit heated. It really did. But I think right at the end there, she handled it really well. She thought on her feet as to how to still maintain that this was murder, because the lady, Dr. Smith, who did the autopsy, I didn't think her testimony was good at all, and I understand why now, because I was like, why have they not shown like the autopsy report? Why like the autopsy photos, why did they keep that? You know, I was really like upset at the state. I was thinking, why have they kept her testimony so brief? Well, obviously it was because they were going to bring on this forensic pathologist who was kind of more of an expert, I guess. You know, that Dr. Smith was, you know, well qualified to do the autopsy, but you know, get the person with the publications, get the person with the long expertise in, you know, studying asphyxia and things like that, get her to really go into the detail, which of course she did. She was the lady who testified in the pre-trial hearing in September of 2022, which I've talked about a few times. You can see her testimony there in that pre-trial hearing. It's over. I've got it. It's over on Michelle Walks. So you'll just have to scroll down and get to September 2022. And the audio for it was really, really rubbish. But it was the same lady. And I think she will come across really well to the jury, given that she is, you know, so much of an expert. But obviously Mr. Scott needed to corner her to get her to say she could have already been dead. Yes, she could have already been dead. But you've got to look at the whole, you know, when they do an autopsy, yeah, the body quite often tells the story of how they died. But when you've got advanced decomposition and you've got a scene like baby Evelyn was found in, then you look at not just the body, because the body is sadly decomposed to a point where you can't tell whether there was bruises on a body and signs of abuse, or whether there was, let's say, for example, signs of SA or signs of being, you know, strangled, because the body is so decomposed. So how she died has to be gleaned from the overall context. And asphyxiation very often is a diagnosis of exclusion, that if all else leads to nowhere, if you can't confirm how that person died anywhere else, any other way, but yet there is, you know, evidence at the scene that this person was dumped upside down with their head like literally pressed backwards, like the head was like on her back, so she was like bent like over the wrong way in a very tight space. Even for a little baby, that trash can was very, very slender at the bottom, because it was like one of those trash cans which is thinner at the bottom than at the top. And Court TV's back up, thank you. There we are. Still play music. All right, cool, good stuff. We're sorted. They've had to completely redo that. And she was wrapped in a blanket with foil wrapped tightly, like layers of it, wrapped tightly around her head. Well, there's various ways there in that scene that would have stopped her breathing. Whether it's the being wrapped, whether she suffocated before she went in the trash can, so she was wrapped and it was that consequence of wrapping her up that killed her, and then she was dumped upside down in the trash can, or she wasn't. She was wrapped and then dumped, so she actually died in the trash can. We'll never know that answer unless Megan decides to break the habits of a lifetime and tell the truth at some point in the future. We'll never know the answer. But however Evelyn died, it's very, very likely to be some form of asphyxiation, either being suffocated by being wrapped in a blanket with foil pressed onto her face, like really tightly wrapped. That's enough to kill her. And if she was still breathing after that, then dumping her upside down so her head bends right back in that tight space, well, that's definitely going to kill her. So there's nothing about that scene that indicates that that child died in any other way than through homicidal violence. There's no other way. No other way. What her body doesn't tell us is what happened immediately before. We'll never know the answer to that either, unless Megan decides to break the habit of a lifetime and tell the truth. You know, was she beaten first? Is there evidence of, you know, bruising, redness to her skin, you know, that showed she'd been hit? There was no broken bones as far as we know, but we don't know if she'd been hit beforehand and then suffocated. We don't know because the body was too decomposed to tell us that story. But if Evelyn didn't have any serious medical conditions, and there's no way that she died by being rolled on, and the circumstances in which she was found indicate everything indicates that her manner of death was homicide rather than accidental or natural causes. You know, the things that Mr. Scott was bringing up from Evelyn's medical records, none of those things would have killed her. You know, that she had a tongue tie. So what? That's minor. That's not going to kill her. The minor heart defect she had, very common in infants to have heart valves that are slightly defective. And actually, they tend to right themselves. It's the same with puppies. Like puppies, quite frequently, if you know, get a health check from a vet on a puppy, quite frequently in the first few weeks of life, they'll have a minor heart murmur, and it rights itself because the heart is still developing. It's the same in humans. The heart is still developing. Obviously, in some cases, it's more serious and they have to intervene. But there would be, if that heart defect was sufficient to have killed her, there would have been signs of it. There would have been signs. She would have been lethargic. She would have, you know, been tired all the time because she wouldn't have been getting enough oxygenated blood to her brain. She would have been tired all the time. She probably would fall behind in her milestones. It's possible that those kind of things would have been picked up by, you know, the well checks that she went to, apart from that last one in December, because she couldn't go to that because Evelyn was already dead. So no, heart disease didn't kill her either. And minor childhood illnesses, no, they're not going to kill a baby that's 1 year old. We don't know who the real father is yet. No. I should put that on the banner. No, we don't know who the father is yet because so many people ask. No, we don't know that yet. So look, the whole scene, it's horrifying. Imagine being there. Imagine being one of those law enforcement officers or medical staff who had to unwrap her, who had to see that firsthand. None of them would be in any doubt whatsoever about why Evelyn died. And her manner of death absolutely is homicide. And yes, we can quibble over the exact nature of how she died, But what we absolutely know is that was a homicide. So whatever Megan did, it was murder. We can quibble about whether it was traumatic asphyxia or positional asphyxia, mechanical asphyxia. We could argue about all of those things. But at the end of the day, Evelyn died through an act of homicidal violence. She was murdered. And there's no one else. There's no one else who had the motive, the means, or the opportunity at that time. No one else who was in Evelyn's life even knew that Evelyn was missing. No one knew that Evelyn was missing because she was telling everybody for 2 months. She was telling everybody that Evelyn was with Ethan. And then she was telling Ethan a different story. She was telling Ethan everything was good with his daughter, who then finds out isn't biologically his daughter. So no one knew Evelyn was missing, including Hunter. He didn't know Evelyn was missing. He was told by Megan that Evelyn was with her dad. And why would the new boyfriend think anything was strange in that? Okay, Evelyn's staying with her dad for the time being. No one would think there was anything strange in that. And it only started to fall apart for Megan when Tommy was missing his granddaughter. And he got suspicious, probably because he knew Megan so well. He got suspicious and he finally blew the whistle. And I bet it took a hell of a lot for him to do that. I bet he had sleepless nights over that, over ringing child services on his own daughter. That's probably one of the hardest phone calls he's ever made in his life. But it was absolutely the right thing to do. Or else, if he hadn't, we'd have been in a situation like little Hayden Manis that I talked about the other day, where, you know, family were concerned, but they didn't do that next step. They didn't go that next step and actually contact the authorities to say, I'm really concerned about my nephew or my grandson or whatever, because they want to believe that their family member, who is the caregiver of that child, isn't going to have done something so horrendous that resulted in that child losing their life. But Tommy Boswell was that concerned, and he absolutely did the right thing. And it was only then that Megan had to change her story, because the cops didn't believe her that Evelyn was with Ethan, because they got him. They went and seen him, and he wasn't in a position to have Evelyn. He was in the military. So Megan's story fell apart. Then she had to blame her own mother. And once she blames her own mother, that story also falls apart. And then she has to admit that she knows Evelyn's dead. But she makes up the story that it was an accident. And that's the one that Mr. Scott is going with. And that's what Mr. Scott was trying to do with that expert witness yesterday. He was trying to pin her in a corner so that his theory wouldn't be debunkable by the jury. So it's all starting to come together. I've been thinking, I wonder how many more witnesses the state's going to call. Like, who have we haven't heard from? So we've not heard from Angela Boswell, but I don't know whether they're going to call her, because they might consider her an unreliable witness. Now, obviously, they will have spoken to her, and interviewed her, like previous. But I don't know whether they're going to call her. And they will have to bring the story up to the point of her arrest. So at the moment, we're still in the, you know, what she was telling everybody was Angela's got her, and Mendota and all that stuff, and the silver camper and the BMW. So I'm wondering whether there's going to be another interview. The interview that the defense, in my opinion, mistakenly played on day one or the beginning of day two, where they played a clip from the interview that took place the day Megan was arrested. So she had this interview in the morning, and then later the day she was arrested for lying, not for murder, for lying. So I think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see that point where she changes her story. And that then brings it up to the point of the arrest. So I don't know that there's that many more witnesses to go. But that might take some time, that interview. Like if they're going to play it in its entirety. But I'm wondering whether by the end of the week, the prosecution will have rested. And then it will be down to the defense. Because I honestly, because we've seen forensics, we've seen medical examiner, we've seen the phone data person. I mean, there wasn't really an awful lot of that he could say, because Megan, didn't have a phone. Something happened to her phone. Thank you, Blissful. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you for the $20. Thank you so much. So I think there's another interview in like that needs to come out of the bag. But I can't really think of anything else. Then again, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know what else the state has. So come on, it's nearly 9 a.m. Still got the stupid music on. It's nearly 9 a.m. or 2 p.m. if you're in the UK. I did a video on Holland Snap this morning. I'm going to spend a few days going through the missing cases in Tennessee, because I have lots of people from Tennessee who watch my channel. Then, you know, you may think that I overrepresent missing cases in Tennessee, and I kind of do, I guess. Here we go. I kind of do, but it's because I have a lot of people from Tennessee who follow my channel. So there's some interesting missing persons cases that I want to cover. If you've heard of the Roy Whitehead case, that's bizarre. That's bizarre. I've been doing some reading on that. That's from Sparta in Tennessee. So we're going to have a chat about that at the lunchtime. Unless something big comes up that we need to discuss from the trial coverage this morning, then I want to talk about Roy Whitehead. It's bizarre. It's like a 64-year-old man disappears from the road where he lives into complete thin air. It's the most bizarre thing. It's the most bizarre thing in broad daylight. He just disappears into thin air. So, but yeah, I did a video on Holland Snap. I'm going to do an update on Layla Santinello. I think I'm going to do another video for Caitlin Ledbetter, because literally no one talks about her case. No one. It's such a shame, because it's a bizarre, another bizarre case. But I absolutely think foul play was involved in that one. Thank you, Kentucky, for the $4.99. What's my idea of how her body was positioned? They kept saying backwards S And I think she was deaf dead before being put in the trash, or she would have moved. I don't think she could move. I don't think she could move. So she was thrown in head first, but instead of like landing on the top of her head, I think her neck twisted, and therefore her head was bent back, and she maybe tried to move her head, and that's why it was facing the side. But I think she was that tightly wrapped, and because that trash can was so narrow at the bottom, I don't think she could move. I don't think she could have righted herself, because if she's wrapped tightly in a blanket, she wouldn't be able to move her arms. So I don't think she could have moved. And that, like, the weight of her body all on her neck, it's just horrendous. I hope she was dead before she went in the trash, because just being like that for how many minutes it would have taken us to die is horrific. We must be I can't even have the words to describe it, how horrible that is. Yeah, her head was bent back, so it was like resting on her back, and it was to the side, so the face was squashed to the side of the trash can. So if she has tried to move her head to try and right herself, that might be why it was to the side. Yeah, the back of her head was touching her back. Yeah, and her neck was broken. So, and just being like pushed down. So the weight of her own body, like, because her arms are wrapped, so it's not like she could land on her arms and then prise herself upwards to get some, like, you know, some stability to try to then, you know, I don't know how she would have got out, but try to wriggle upwards. She wouldn't have been able to do that because her arms were in the blanket. And then she would have been completely disoriented because she's got this foil on her head, so she wouldn't be able to breathe properly. So any, I don't know, survival instinct that might have kicked in is only going to be there for a very short time before she loses consciousness. So then maybe the twisting of her head sideways, like her head's bent back, but then it's kind of twisted sideways. So the force of being upside down, the weight of her own body, and then the weight of the trash bag that she also put on top. No, she couldn't have got out. I really don't think she could have got out. But whether she was dead or not, when she went in that trash can, her cause of death was asphyxiation. Just the act of it being, you know, it being so tightly wound around her head. I can't imagine a baby of 1 year old would survive that. The judge is in a hoodie. Let's see if we've got sound. No, we've not got sound yet, but at least the music's gone. The judge is in a hoodie. Let's have a look. We'll wait and see. Maybe he's just come in. He's actually a little bit late. Maybe he's putting his robe on right now. Is he cold? Might be. I'm sure he'll put his robe back on. Yeah, I think potentially she would have been able to move her head to the side, and that's why her face was squashed against the side of the bin. So she's thrown in, and her head would be downwards, but then maybe the force of the impact just made her head back, and then she's tried to move her head, and she's managed to move it to the side, and that's how she died. But she would have died quickly. But the question is, at what point did she die? But in my opinion, it doesn't matter, because the cause of death is the same. It's asphyxiation, whether it's through the suffocation that she would have experienced having her nose and her mouth wrapped in foil and a blanket, or whether that wasn't enough to kill her and it was a positional asphyxia in the can that killed her. It doesn't matter. It's the same cause of death. And more importantly than anything, it's murder. There's no two ways about it. You do not, if you find your child dead from sudden infant death syndrome or some unexplainable illness, you don't just go, oh, well, they're dead, I'll put them in the trash. You don't. You're absolutely in a panic mode. You're trying your best to save them. You call the emergency services. Thank you, Christina, for the $9.99. Thank you so much. 070215 yesterday, the baby's daddy name came out. What, Eric Smith? I know some people were talking about it in the chat. I'll go back and see what actually was said, but we need it to be actually stated, in open court properly. So we'll see if it's Eric Smith. Well, thank you for the $9.99. Attorney asked about Eric Smith. Has the bail father been named? No, there was a name that was said that could be heard on the camera, and the name of Eric Smith. And I could see people in the chat talking about Eric Smith, but we don't know. It's not been stated in open court yet. It was just caught on the the camera mic, like who Eric Smith is. So we're not going to say yet that he's the dad. We're going to wait and see. DNA asked if Hunter or Eric Smith's DNA was checked against the DNA found. But we'll see. We'll see. Didn't say he was the father. He asked if there was prints found from either Ethan or Eric on the bin. You see, Eric Smith could have been just somebody known to the family. Like, it might have been somebody that, was a friend of Megan that we just haven't heard of as of yet. So let's wait and see. Let's just keep that one in the bag for now. I have a cousin named Eric Smith. Dear me. Let's just keep it in the bag. What is Megan's brother's name? The old brother is Tommy Senior. Tommy Boswell. Sorry. So you've got Tommy Boswell Senior's Megan's dad. Then you've got Tommy Boswell Jr., who is Megan's brother. And then you've got Elijah, who's also Megan's brother, but he's only like a kid. Thank you, Professor, for the $6.99 Canadian. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. So Eric Smith could have been somebody who worked for the Boswells, could have been somebody who was a friend of the family. So we don't know. We don't know. Let's not announce it. That's the buyer dad. Let's not announce it, because we might be wrong. Come on. We need to start now. We're late. We're 10 minutes late. This is not like Judge Goodwin. Yeah, and there's Charlotte, who is the little sister. So she has a sister and two brothers. But the two younger ones are only kids. And Tommy Jr. works with Tommy. He's an adult. Rumours are they went to school together in high school. Yeah, there's lots of rumours, but we're not going by rumours. We're going by what is stated on the record in open court. That's what we're going off. And we may find out. We may find out that, look, we know that Gene Scott told Ansley Daniel from WJHL that he knows who Evelyn's bio dad is, but he is he's not going to say. It's in the record, and it'll come out in the trial, but he's not going to say for now. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, come on, Judge Goodwin. I think he's brought the jury in. Yeah, she does have a younger sister, Charlotte. So the two youngsters are Charlotte and Elijah. And I'm only saying their names because it has been, it's been mentioned. It's part of the court record. I wouldn't have said those names because they're minors. I wouldn't have said those names if they'd not been, not bleeped out. They've not been. They're part of the court record. Maybe he spilled his coffee on his robe. You'd think he'd have a replacement, really, wouldn't you? You'd think he'd have more than one robe. You think that, at some point you need to wash it. Maybe his other one is in the wash already. Yeah, who knows? His wife forgot to pick up the dry cleaning. Wacky Wednesday. Maybe Megan has changed her plate. Yeah, I doubt it. Can't see why it matters who Evelyn's biological father is. It doesn't really. I guess it does more for the defence, because that will be another person that they could potentially blame. But no, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Thank you, I Spy. And I got your name right now for the £10. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It shows she lies, yeah. So as part of the state's case, like drawing out all of the lies, the fact that she lied about Evelyn's biological father, and she lied to Ethan, and she made him believe that he was Evelyn's dad, yeah, it does add to the fact that she's a compulsive liar. But it really doesn't matter who it is. The fact that Ethan wasn't Evelyn's biological dad, and he was told so, he was told he was in a lie, that's good enough for the jury. But if they did have DNA test done, and they have a DNA test to prove that they know who the bio dad is, then they may well tell it. I wonder how she's feeling about the attention now. Yeah, I would imagine that the novelty has worn off. I would imagine that. I doubt that she's pled guilty. Look, stranger things have happened, but I just don't think so. I really don't. I don't know what he's doing, though. I thought he brought the jury in because he was talking like to people over here, and the jury is sat over here. So I thought, oh, he's brought the jury in, and he's just getting situated. But no, doesn't look like so. It looks like he's having a lazy Wednesday. He's having a more of a chilled out day today. That's right. Defence will advise her to go ahead with the trial on the off chance the jury has pity on her. Absolutely, I agree with you, Broken Gothel. At this point, a week in, there's no benefit of her to plead guilty. There's absolutely zero benefit of her to plead guilty. Even if she wanted to, she may as well just not. Just by that very slim chance that she gets off with it. B Thimbles, member for 2 months. 2 months. Yeah, this community's good. It's a nice bunch of people here in the chat. I think she'll testify. I'm going to say no. Because I don't think even Megan Boswell would have the audacity to be able to front up to all of her lies. Like the cross-examination would be absolutely brutal. And I'm sure that she's clever enough to realise that. So I'm going to say no. I hope she does, because that would be hilarious. Because the cross-examination would destroy her. But I don't think she will. That's my opinion. Do I feel it will go 3 weeks? Well, that's what I was saying earlier. That I think we're going to be done with prosecution witnesses quite soon. But we are halfway through week 2. So, yeah, possibly it could go 3 weeks. Because the jury selection also obviously counts in trial time. It doesn't count, in terms of days of trial. Well, actually, some people think you should start counting trial days from the day jury selection starts. I don't personally. I count it from the day the testimony starts. So we're on day 7 of testimony, but it's actually day 9 of the trial. So yeah, I could see us being here next week. It depends how much the defense needs. If the defense is going to put on their own case, then definitely. If they don't have many witnesses, though, then I think we may potentially be done before the end of 3 weeks. We'll wait and see, playing it by ear. It would be really stupid for her to test it. It really would be silly. But if she wants to dig her own grave, then I'm very happy to listen. No, I really... It would be the shock that could possibly send me flying off this chair and over the other side of the room. I'd be that shocked if it came back with a not guilty. I don't know what's going on. I'm wondering whether they've had a technical difficulty or something. A newer version of the truth. Here he comes. He's in his robe. Hoodie's gone. Robe's on. I think we're set now. You think she will? Okay. Okay. All right, let's see. Right, I knew Sarah Boone would. I absolutely 100% knew Sarah Boone would. Because that's just Sarah Boone all over. And Murdoch, Alec Murdoch, I knew he would as well. Because he absolutely believed that he could win the jury over. But Megan, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. It's up to her. I'm guessing her defense will tell her absolutely not, please don't, but then she can override them. It's her decision alone. Here she comes. All right, we're finally ready. Can anybody give me a general time as to when the medical examiner started their testimony yesterday? I'm not asking for an exact time, just an approximation. It was the last two witnesses of the day. So I would say probably about just before 4 p.m. You got Dr. Smith and then the other lady whose name I'm not going to try to pronounce. I think it was Danica. That was.
Oh, well, you told me 3 weeks, so
All right.
went ahead and typed it in for 3 weeks. But I've changed it on the original. So yesterday, the state indicated they may have another witness or at least exhibits. And then at the sidebar, I was told that there might be an objection to whatever the exhibit is.
Yes.
So I thought we'd take that up before I brought the jury in and had to send it back out.
Yes, Judge. The state intends to introduce a certified copy of the order from the Circuit Court in Bristol, Virginia, which ordered Hunter Wood involuntarily committed to the mental hospital over there in Marion. There's a copy of the appearance by the attorney over there, the request for evaluation and report to be done, and then there's a letter dated January 10th, 2025, which is from the Southwestern Virginia Mental Health Institute updating the court as to Mr. Wood's status. And like I said, it is I believe, a self-authenticating document. There's a certificate of official record that is attached, signed by the judge of the Circuit Court of Bristol, Virginia.
We have no objection, Judge.
Okay. So what I intend to do, and then after that, do you think you'll have any proof?
No, Your Honor.
So what I'll do is I'll bring the jury in, admit that in the next number of exhibit, then you can rest in front of the jury. And then I'll have to send them back out so we can take up some matters out of the presence. All right, we'll bring the jury in if we're ready.
Everyone stand, please.
Guys, I've just paused it for a second. For those that need closed captions, it's not available on Court TV today. So I'm going to switch us over to Law and Crime because they've got CCs. So I'm going to switch us over.
About the fact that he has been involuntarily hospitalized.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, you have a motion?
Judge, pursuant to Rule 29 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure, I move the court for a judgment of acquittal as to all counts. Just briefly, I'll go through them. As it relates to the first three homicide counts, the state has failed to prove the cause of death, which is required to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I understand the burden here is that the state has to prove it in a light most favorable to the state. The court has to look at it from that standpoint. Even when looking at that, Dr. Schmidt testified to various, although she stated that she believed it was asphyxia, she later under cross-examination admitted it could have been a SIDS death. She admitted that it could have been a heart issue, or it could have been a laryngeal spasm that caused the death. She really couldn't specify the manner of death. When it came to Dr. Malushnik, she testified that she felt like it was asphyxia caused by being placed in the trash can, but ultimately she did answer that she could not conclusively say that the baby was alive or dead before being placed in the trash can. As it relates to count one and premeditation, there is no evidence whatsoever in this case of premeditation. So those are the three murder counts. Aggravated child neglect, the state hasn't produced any evidence that the child was neglected in such a way to adversely affect its health and welfare. Similarly, of abuse, there's absolutely no proof in the record of child abuse. In fact, there is ample proof to the contrary. Both medical examiners testified there was no broken bones. There's no trauma there. There's testimony, I think, from 6 lay witnesses talking about Megan was a good mother, a loving mother. They never saw any signs of abuse. The pediatrician testified that she never saw any signs of abuse, or she would have reported it under her duty under the law. So those are my arguments to those counts. As it relates to tampering with evidence, I'll leave that to the court's good discretion. False report, obviously, there is, as it relates to those, there is a double jeopardy issue that the court will have to address if the jury returns multiple verdicts on those. But I will leave those for now, but I do move for a judgment of acquittal without further argument. And the same with abuse of a corpse and failure to report a death. I'll move the court for a judgment of acquittal.
I'm a brief judge. Of course, the court reviews this motion in the viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. As far as Mr. Scott's argument regarding premeditation, I think the proof's been pretty clear in this case. The child's found upside down, stuffed into a trash can with its head wrapped in a blanket, and then on top of that, there's a substantial amount of aluminum foil. I think that clearly shows an intent to murder. So we would argue that the element of premeditation is at least shown through the physical evidence in this case. As far as the remaining counts showing the cause of death, both medical examiners, their opinions as they came in yesterday were that this was a homicide and that Evelyn Boswell died from asphyxiation. Mr. Scott certainly challenged and threw some other possibilities out there, but at the end of the day, that was their opinion as to the cause and manner of death. So I believe that the proof has been sufficient at this point to show how the child died and to let the jury make decisions on all the remaining counts.
All right. Of course, as Mr. Scott and the general has stated, in viewing the evidence in light of the Rule 29 motion for judgment of acquittal, the court's required to view the evidence in the light most positive to the state. And looking at these charges and the proof through that lens, with regard to count 1, the premeditation, I think coupled with the physical evidence of the way the child was wrapped and placed in the trash can, you couple that with the voluminous amount of evidence where the defendant was giving different stories as to where the child was, as to how the child was doing. When you look at that count in light of the statements the defendant was making on social media, the fact that there seemed to be, from the proof, there seemed to be a cutoff date where before that date, the defendant seemed to be very caring for the child, and after that date, there was story after story about where the child was. The defendant appeared to have moved on to other things. And I think when you take all that evidence, a lot most favorable to the state, that the jury would be able to find premeditation. As for the cause of death, both medical examiners stated that in their professional expert opinion, the cause of death was asphyxiation. Again, Mr. Scott did a good job cross-examining those witnesses to introduce other potential theories. But of course of the opinion, the state, when looking at that proof in light most favorable to the state, that they had put forth evidence that the jury can consider. So with regard to count 1, I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. With regard to counts 2 and 3, the abuse or the neglect, I think that taken in light most favorable to the state, the fact that that child was wrapped and placed in the garbage can, I think the jury can look at that. And I think that those facts taken along with all the other proof in the case. There was testimony that the child was filthy, dirty toward the time late November, early December. I know that the one babysitter testified how dirty the child was. We saw pictures of the living condition of that trailer when the gentleman was cleaning it out. And I think that taking all that together, the jury would be warranted in finding abuse or neglect. I think that taking the lot most favorable to the state, that those 2 counts would survive the Rule 29 motion, and I'm going to deny the motion with regard to those 2 counts. With regard to the tampering with evidence and false report charges, as well as the abuse of the courts and failure to report. When the court looks at all the statements, all the messages, all the social media posts, when you take those as a whole and view them in a light most favorable to the state, I think those are issues the jury can determine and will have to determine. I'm going to deny the motion with regard to all counts for those reasons. Mr. Scott, first question that I have for you is, will the defendant testify?
Judge, we're prepared to state at this time the defendant will not be testifying.
All right. In that case, we have to go through the Mullen versus State questioning. And I'm going to hand this down and let you do that.
Judge, for the purposes of the record, would you like her to come to the?
No, just put the microphone back up on the table for that. We just need to make sure she's recorded. Ms. Boswell, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Megan, I want to ask you some questions about my representation of you and explain to you your right to testify.
Okay.
I've been representing you for a couple of years now. We've met and discussed your case. You need to answer out loud.
Yes,
Okay. And part of that, I've talked to you about, you have the right to testify, is that right?
yes,
And if the jury can't hold it against you if you don't testify, do you understand that?
yes,
Do you understand you have a right not to testify?
yes,
And if you decided you wanted to testify, I couldn't stop you from that. Judge Goodwin couldn't stop you. Mr. Harper couldn't. That's solely your decision. You understand that?
yes,
And after consulting with me and looking at the evidence and hearing the proof here in court, have you made a decision as whether or not you want to testify?
yes, I have.
Do you want to testify?
No,
I think I covered it, Judge. Approach.
Yeah. All right. Will you have other proof?
No.
No. I know it seems like a calisthenics exercise, but we need to bring the jury in. I need to ask you that question in front of the jury, and then you can rest. And then I got to send the jury out so we can finalize the charge and give the parties time. Because what we'll do, as soon as the proof closes, we'll take a break, and it'll be an extended break. We'll take a break so that I can get the charge finalized, and then what I do is I will make a notebook for each juror so that they can read and follow along as I read the charge to them. It's been my experience, especially after lunch, that fewer of them, not all, if they're reading with me. Plus, it gives them the charge when they go back in to deliberate. Each one of them has a copy of the charge so they can actually look at it and refer to it. And that also will give you time, because what I'll do is once the charge is done and I get the notebooks ready, we'll bring them back and I will read the charge to the jury up until almost the end. And then I will have you argue your case, and then I'll finalize it and send it out to you. That's the
Yes, sir.
process going forward. And during this extended break, we'll give you all time to go through your notes, go through the exhibits, organize your thoughts for closing argument. Okay? So we need to bring the jury. And I need to give the jury the instruction about
Yes, sir. I was going to ask about that, but I forgot.
I did too.
All right, so all that was outside of the presence of the jury. So it look the state's rested. It looks like the defence is also resting with no
Everyone stand,
witnesses,
please.
and that'll have to be put forward to the jury now. Wow, this went way quicker than I anticipated. Sorry, ears. Sorry, guys. I'll move away from the mic. I'll turn the mic off so that your ears don't get me.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I omitted to do a moment ago. Yesterday, during Dr. Malushnik, did I say that right?
Yes, sir.
At the very end of her testimony, she answered a question and then gave what I'm going to call a parting shot, that the answer was no, and that the baby would have to have been murdered some other way. Y'all remember that? Yes, sir. I'm going to instruct you that last phrase, you're not to consider. That is outside of her expertise. Okay? It's a legal term, not a medical term. Does everybody understand that? Can everybody put that murder in some other way out of their mind and not consider? If you can, raise your right hand. Let the record reflect that all the jurors have raised their right hand. Now, Mr. Scott, the state has rested. Will the defense have proof?
Defendant rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, where we are now is the proof is closed, but it is not time for you to begin deliberating or talking about the case. We're going to have to take an extended break because I've got to prepare and finalize the jury charge. And then I'm going to make a notebook for each of you with the charge in it so you can follow along, and you'll have that for your reference while you deliver. Okay. This will also, and what will happen is it'll probably take 45 minutes to an hour. I'll get all the notebooks made. We'll give the lawyers time to organize their thoughts for closing. When we come back, I will hand out the notebooks and I will read you the charge, which will be painful, and I apologize for that, but it's just, that's the way it is. And then we'll go straight into argument. Okay? So I apologize for the length of the break, but just bear with me. It's necessary. Okay? You'll go with the officer.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated, thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess. We'll probably take 45 minutes.
Court stands in recess.
All right. Wow. All right. Adjust your volume accordingly, because I'm going to be talking now for the next 45 minutes to an hour till the judge comes back. I did not expect that. I so did not expect that. I expected that the state was going to have another interview, like the interview where Megan changes her story. Why haven't they shown that? I don't understand, because that brings it up to the point where she was arrested. That's weird. That's weird. And I thought we might see maybe another 2 witnesses. Like, we don't know what we don't know, all that stuff. But no, the state clearly thinks they've done enough. And the defense has no case. The defense doesn't need a case, obviously. It's the burden is obviously on the prosecution. The burden of proof is theirs alone. They're the ones that have brought Megan to court and are trying her on the 20 charges that she's facing. So it's their burden alone. And the defence does not need to put on a case. The defendant does not need to testify. And the defence can literally sit in the courtroom and say not one word. They can, if they so choose, they can do that. It'd be very poor if they did do that. You know, they didn't do any cross-examination or anything, but the defence certainly doesn't have to bring on any witnesses. And they haven't. And they haven't. They've rested. So what happens next is the jury instructions will be read. All the charges will be read. And remember, there's 20 charges. So that's going to take a while. And then it will be closing arguments. So the jury will get the case by the end of the day. The jury's definitely going to get this case by the end of the day, because it's not even 10 a.m. yet. And let's work it out. So let's say Judge Goodwin comes back at 11, having done his, I don't know, whatever notebooks he's going to prepare for them. And then he reads the jury instructions and the charges. Let's say that takes another hour. And then it'll be lunchtime. So that's another hour. So that's now 1 p.m. And then closing arguments, probably another, let's say, an hour and a half. So that's 2:30. Yeah, they're going to be deliberating. They're going to be deliberating by the end of the day. Now, some judges will keep the jury and send them straight away to deliberate, and will allow them to stay as late as they want. Or the judge might tell them to go home early today and come back fresh tomorrow to start their deliberations. So I don't know which way Judge Goodwin prefers it. But if he lets them go and deliberate today, let's say at 2:30, and these are just obviously rough times, just off the top of my head, and they take 2 hours, we could have a verdict today. How about that? How about that? So before, when I was saying, oh yeah, I could see that this trial could get into 3 weeks. It could be, you know, we're a week and a half in. It's possible if the defense brings on some witnesses. But no. I think we're definitely going to be done and dusted by the end of this week. We're only on Wednesday morning. We could be done and dusted by the end of the day. By the end of the day. Justice today would be great. It would be. It absolutely would be. I got myself all ready for another day of testimony as well. I've got a bottle of water. I've got a bottle of orange. I've got a can of Pepsi Max. I've got all my drinks lined up here. All good to go. Why did she waste the time? Well, because, you know, they might get a jury some way, somehow, that's favourable to her. She's ready for another week. I know. I've got your fig rolls. My fig rolls are downstairs. I've had like 2 fig rolls today for my lunch. After my lunch, I had more than fig rolls, but my fig rolls are downstairs. If I bring my fig rolls upstairs, I'll just munch them one after another. They're proper Moorish. Proper Moorish. All right, I'm going to do a poll. I want to talk about Roy Whitehead. I'm going to show you this case. I'll do a proper video on him But I want to show you this case, and we definitely have the time. We've got more time than we know what to do with today. Look, I haven't prepared anything. I was not prepared for this case to rest right now. So let me just get my other computer up, then I can do a poll. All right, so I'm going to do a poll. First of all, first question is going to be, do you think that Megan is guilty or not guilty? I'll let that run for a little while, and then I'll do a separate poll about what you think the jury will do. All right, so first poll. Do you think Megan is no, I'll just put what's your verdict? What's your verdict? Guilty. Not guilty. Okay. All right, start poll. All right, I'll let that run for a few minutes. Guilty, not guilty. Nope. Vote in the poll. Vote in the poll. Think she's guilty but not alone. So Evelyn will never have 100% justice. Interesting. Others refuse to see that because of so much hate for Megan. Okay. Okay. Miss Wells is abstaining. All right. If you're abstaining, is that because you don't think the state has proven their case? Because if you don't think the state has proven the case, then you've got to vote not guilty. That's how it works. Like if you were on a jury, you might be the person that hangs them. There's only one person who doesn't think the state's proven their case, then you're gonna hang the jury. You'd have to vote not guilty. Vote not guilty then. Really? Interesting. Interesting. See, there you go. This is why you can never, ever, ever truly know which way a jury's going to go. Like, I think she's as guilty as anything, and I think she did it on her own, and I think that all the evidence leads to that. It shows that clearly. However, there's more than one way to look at probably anything in the world. Too many lies to be innocent. Yeah, that's one of the main things. Like, if your baby died accidentally or somebody else killed your baby, why would you just go into a whole litany of lies that lasted for months? Why would you do that? There'd be no reason to do that. But then again, you know, people interpret things differently. That's just my view. That no one else had the motive, the means, or the opportunity. And she covered it all up. And I really don't think she'd have covered up the murder of her kid if someone else had done it by lying the way she did. I don't understand why she would. There'd be no reason for her to do that. But that's okay. That's what the poll is for. Hello, Kate. I thought you weren't back.
I only have to be there for about 5 now.
Oh. All right. Okay. Kyle's just come in from the gym. He's got to go to work, but I thought he was going to be out all day. But he's only working at 5:30 now or something. Evelyn could not breathe and she was bent backwards. Yeah. Yeah. My opinion, the prosecution did a wonderful job. I think they did well. I do think they did well. However, I just don't understand why they've not put that last interview on. I don't understand why they've left it where she was blaming her mother when the jury knows from what we heard on the beginning of the week, or the beginning of the trial, that there is another interview, that there is a whole other interview where she admits that Evelyn is dead. Maybe they're not showing that because they don't want to remind the jury that Hunter is a possible alternate suspect. Maybe that's why they're not using it. But the fact that those Facebook messages exist should be the counter to that. But as we've seen in the chat right now, I can't see any other way other than to say she's guilty. It screams it to me. But you never know. You never know what way a jury's going to go. You never know. Yeah, Casey Anthony. I believe Casey Anthony was guilty, factually guilty. But they found her not guilty because the jury couldn't see it beyond a reasonable doubt. Think they'll find her guilty, but honestly, I don't think they've proved she was alive when she went into the bin. Well, she might not have been. She might have been dead when she went into the bin. However, I think her manner of death was homicide, and if Megan killed her before she went into the bin, then it was through the act of wrapping her in foil and a blanket. So Megan murdered Evelyn, whether or not she was alive when she went into the bin. If she was dead when she went into the bin, Megan did something else to kill her. And likely that was suffocation. Like wrapping her face in tinfoil and possibly pressing on the tinfoil with her hand would have killed her. I'm going to wrap my head in tinfoil to see how easy it is to breathe. And I would imagine that you can't breathe if you've got your hand over your face while your head's wrapped in tinfoil. But why? Don't know why. Don't know why. She didn't want Evelyn. She didn't want a baby weighing her down. She wanted a new life. It's the Susan Smith case that I talked about yesterday. It's exactly the same motive. At least make sure someone is with you. Well, I'm not upside down in a bin while I'm doing it, so I think I'll be able to get out. Please don't do that unless Kylie's in the room. She was done. Yeah, she was done. And a blanket. All right. Look, I think she suffocated her. I think she probably thought she was dead. She thought she was dead, maybe, and then threw her in the trash. Whether or not she was clinically dead when she threw her in the trash is a moot point. Like, the intention was to kill her. Why? I think it's the same motive as Susan Smith. She had a new boyfriend. She wanted a new life. She was sick of her child, and that was her way out. And she thought she could get away with it. break your poll down per charge. I can't. There's 20 charges. You only get 4 options on a poll. So I can't break it down per charge. Unless I do 20 different polls. Unless I do 20 different polls. All right, so we got 96% guilty, 4% not guilty. All right, I'm going to end that poll and start a new poll. So that was 217 votes. I'm going to start a new poll. The abuse charges are dropped. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But we'll obviously find out when the judge comes back, when he reads the charges. I couldn't quite hear him. I think I probably heard about 80% of it. The CC's helped a little. But I heard the denial. I heard that he wasn't going to acquit the case. But here's her charges. Hold on. I'll do the other poll in a minute. Hold on, just let me get her charges up. These are the charges that she faces so far. It wants me to prove that I'm not a robot. Okay. All right, here we go. Megan Boswell. Charges. 3 counts of first-degree murder. So you've got, it doesn't break these down, but these are like different theories. Like, so first-degree murder, premeditation. I think these were felony murders, like child abuse and there was a child abuse one and child neglect that resulted in felony murder. Then you've got counts 4 and 5, aggravated child abuse, 2 counts. Tampering with evidence, 1 count. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 counts of lying, false reports to an officer. It's going to take him ages to read all this out to the jury because each one of these has to have an explanation to it. Abuse of a corpse, that's getting rid of the body. And neglect to comply with whatever that means. I don't know what that means, like in Tennessee. I suppose it's like the equivalent of not reporting a dead body, whatever. I don't know. But 20. There's 20 on her rap sheet there. So if she gets found guilty of any one of those 3, like the jury might go not guilty on 2 and guilty on the 3rd. The jury don't have to find her guilty on every single one of these counts. But if she's found guilty of 1, that's life. That is life. And it will either be life without the possibility of parole or life with the possibility of parole after X number of years to be determined by Judge Goodwin. And then you've got the rest of these. Obviously, these are all lesser charges. If she's found guilty of at least one of these, then these will probably, if she's found guilty, let's say, of one of these, not guilty on the other 2, but then guilty of everything else, they'll probably run concurrent to the murder because the murder is life. But depends how harsh Judge Goodwin is going to be as to whether he gives a possibility of parole after X many years. You can't even see it, can you? You can't see it. Why didn't you tell me you couldn't see it? Why didn't you tell me you couldn't see it? But yeah, these are just charges. 3 murder, 2 child abuse, 1 tampering with evidence, 12 false reports to an officer, 1 abuse of a corpse, and 1 whatever that is, whatever that means in Tennessee. I assume it's something like failure to record. We're not on verdict watch yet, Tina. No, we're not on verdict watch yet. We are on a break while Judge Goodwin. I'll put my court is on a break thingy on. We're not on verdict watch. So what's happened is the state and the defence have both rested their case. So Judge Goodwin has gone on a break. He's sent the jury away for an hour. So we're now probably about, I don't know, 10 minutes into, no, we're longer than 10 minutes. When did they go out? I think it was 47. So it's now 8 minutes past. So they've been out for about 20 minutes. So they're going to be back in the next, I would say, 40 minutes. He's preparing some stuff for the jury. That's what he's doing. And then he's going to come back. He's going to read them the charges and their jury instructions and stuff like that. All of that necessary stuff. That's going to take ages because there's 20 charges. And then it's closing arguments. And after closing arguments, then the jury will get the case. So the jury will have the case by the end of the day. Cassie, she's got a bunch of poo bags. I don't know where she gets them from. Please hold. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're not chewing up your poo bags. Thank you. Good girl. Oh, it's only one. Oh, I know where she gets them from. Right, I've got a hoodie on and I have poo bags in every pocket. Right, you've got to believe me. I have poo bags in every pocket. So when I'm busy, Cassie sneaks into a pocket and she takes out a poo bag and rips it up. I don't know why. She just thinks it's fun. Yeah, it's you. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about her. I'm talking about her. She's wagging. She's wagging. I think she needs a wee. All right, I'm going to put a short video on just for 10 minutes while I take Cassie for a wee. And then I want to talk about Roy Whitehead because it's the most bizarre case you've ever seen in your life. It's the most bizarre case. So I'm going to be... What video do you want to watch? I'll just put a dead short one on. Let's have a look. She does it for attention. She does. She absolutely does. She absolutely does. Hold on. Oh, somebody asked about Lena Keel yesterday, so I'm going to play this. Hold on. So this is Cold Case Christmas, episode 20 from this year. Somebody yesterday asked about Lena Keel, the little girl from San Antonio, Texas, and whether there's been any movement on her case, and there hasn't. So this is just 11, nearly 12 minutes. So I'll play this. This is from December of this year. I filmed this for Cold Case Christmas, but this was the 3rd year mark to the day of Lena Keel going missing. So I'll play this, and then when we come back, I want to talk about Roy Whitehead until the judge comes back. All right, I'll see you in 11 minutes. To go to this very day, an innocent little 3-year-old girl was out playing on a playground in front of her apartment complex. Her mother turned her back for just a few minutes, and this little girl can be seen on surveillance camera, stopping, looking around, and that is the last time Lena Keel was seen by anyone. Let's tell her story. Lena and her family were originally from Afghanistan, and they, amongst over 1,000 other Afghani refugees, had made their home in San Antonio. Lena and her family lived at the Villas del Cabo apartment complex located in the vicinity of the 9400 block of Fredericksburg Road. Very busy area. Impossible, you would think, for someone to disappear without a trace. Lena Keel did exactly that. It was the late afternoon of December 20th, 2021, and Lena's mother was out there with Lena. There was a bunch of other kids playing on the playground that was just outside the apartment complex. Lena's mother, now it's quite unclear as to whether she just moved away from Lena or she actually went inside, but a press conference that was held a week after Lena's disappearance honed in on 18 minutes, an 18-minute window where no one had eyes on Lena.
Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Garris. I'm the acting special agent in charge of the FBI San Antonio field office. Just want to let you know our thoughts and prayers continue to go out to Lena's family, the community, as we continue to support the San Antonio Police Department in what we consider an aggressive investigation and search for Lena. Again, if there's any tips, feedback, information that the public can give to us, we highly encourage that. Currently, the FBI, as I stated last week, we've utilized our child abduction rapid deployment team, behavioral analysis unit, intelligence response teams, forensic examiners, and between San Antonio Police Department and FBI, we've had hundreds of officers and agents searching for Lena. Are there any questions?
Yeah, yesterday morning we saw agents with the evidence response team are out going through dumpsters and looking at the laundromat and the complex to be kind of exclusively what they were looking for.
So SAPD, or San Antonio Police Department, FBI, searched the dumpsters last week. We wanted to do our due diligence again, since the dumpsters were emptied from the time we searched last week till this week. So we wanted to research it and make sure we didn't miss anything. Maybe a potential suspect would have thrown something out, maybe evidence or anything pertinent to the investigation or search effort. So we researched it yesterday.
Now, some people are wondering, obviously, with her being such a small child, 3-year-old, she can't get far. But with that being said, we have so many resources searching for her. What is making it so difficult for you guys, not to locate anything related to her at this time?
So we have a gap right now, and I mentioned it last week, but from 4:49 p.m. last Monday, the 20th, till 5:07, there's an 18-minute window where we had visibility where we did not have visibility of Lena. A lot of the tips we've acquired are outside of that 18-minute window. So I would ask the public if they have any information or leads or anything they can provide us during that 18-minute window, that'd be of huge value to the San Antonio Police Department and FBI.
An 18-minute window where no one had eyes on Lena. Now, the police did an exhaustive search. San Antonio police deployed search dogs. They searched the greenbelt areas that ran in between apartment complexes. They searched over 300 apartments, sometimes multiple times in the first week. And yet not a sight, nor a sound, not one piece of evidence, at least that has been made public, was found. Nothing. It's like Lena Keel disappeared off the face of the earth in a very busy city in broad daylight. Then things went dark. I have a playlist on Michelle After Dark for Lena's case. Now, most of the videos I've done on Lena are actually on this channel, but the playlists are over on Michelle After Dark. And I've only got 12 videos in that playlist on a 3-year-old case. Compare that with Summer Wells from Tennessee. I've got over 500 videos on Summer Wells. Sebastian Rogers, again from Tennessee, who's been missing since February of this year, I've got like over 100 videos, easily over 100 videos in my Sebastian Rogers playlist. In Lena Keel's case, I've got 12 videos. Why? Because there's no information about her. These videos are things like press conferences, news clips. No one is talking about Lena Keel. Her family are terrified that people have forgotten Lena. Now, on the year mark of this case, San Antonio PD released the last known image of Lena. See, there's a little kid there. There's Lena. I mean, it's just crazy. There's kids in there. And she just pauses there. And the video goes off. Well, they've only released a few seconds of it. So which direction does she go in? Who was there? And what is this 18-minute window all about? Have they managed to close that 18-minute window at all? We just have nothing. Nothing. I can't find a thing about how this case progressed between the first week and where we were at in February. Now, what happened in February? Well, there was a search, and this kind of came out of the blue. So I did a video on this, but I'm going to read this. A search underway on the northwest side of San Antonio may be related to the disappearance of Lena Keel, who was 3 years old when she went missing in 2021 from an apartment complex. Crews were searching Thursday morning in the area behind the Helix apartments at Wurzbeck and Bluemel, which is about half a mile from where Lena disappeared. Police say they are following up on a tip they received. Officers at the scene said they'd received similar tips over the years that prompted these types of searches without necessarily informing the public. But people saw cops out there searching, so they released a statement, but nothing came of it. So this was an update on that search. So father of missing girl Lena Keel demands new investigator, more transparency in search efforts. A 2-day search near the girl's home turned up empty for the SAPD and the FBI. The search area was in the woods near Bluemel and Fredericksburg Road. Lena was last seen on the playground of her apartment complex on December 20th, 2021. We want to find her, but not this way, said Riaz Keel, Lena's father. Wednesday morning, Keel and a family advocate met with investigators to ask for more communication about how the case was going. They also requested that new investigators be put in charge of the case. And this is what Riaz Keel said. SAPD and FBI, they're just covering their backs. They're not working. They're just wasting their time, and they're just acting like they're doing something. They're not doing anything. I can understand why Riaz Keel is angry, but I do believe that police and the FBI have done what they can here. This was posted on ksat.com. They asked the FBI for a comment, and this is what they responded. The FBI remains committed to working with our partners and doing everything we can to find Lena and bring justice to anyone who may have been involved in her disappearance. While we can't discuss details of this case or our efforts publicly, our hearts are filled with compassion and sincere understanding towards Lena's family as they have suffered unimaginable pain throughout the last 2 years. Well, we are now 3 years to the very day, and there's still nothing. My opinion is that she was abducted. There's no other alternative. If Lena had, wandered off and got into an accident, there is no doubt about it, she would have been found. If she'd gone out onto the, a roadway and got run over, she would have been found. There's too many people around to have hidden something like an accident. I don't believe the family are involved. I think the family were looked at very, very closely, but Lena's mother has nightmares over what happened, and obviously she's going to blame herself because she was the one who was in charge of Lena at the time. The family's hearts are broken, absolutely broken over Lena's abduction. I think that's the only option. Let me know in the comments if you feel differently. The FBI have a page for Lena, and if you want to submit a tip, got any information concerning the case, please contact the San Antonio Police Department at 210-207-7660, or you can contact your local FBI office or the nearest American embassy or consulate. And the FBI field office is San Antonio, or you can submit a tip online there anonymously. There is a reward. There is a hefty reward Still nothing. If you have the smallest of smallest things that, you know, you think, oh, that can't be important. You never know. Sometimes the smallest things are the thing that law enforcement needs to break the case wide open. And Lena's case needs eyes on it, needs people to really get behind this little girl's case. Hopefully answers will come. All right, let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys. The question is, for Lena, the question is, will we ever know? Will we ever know? Has someone got away with abduction and murder? Just had a thought, the interview involving Hunter's role was eliminated so as not to inject that possibility to the jury. Text proof. Yeah, that's what I said before, Barbie. Yeah, that's exactly what I said about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. That thought just occurred to me. So maybe we had the thought around the same time. That last interview that brings it up to date, brings it up to the point where she's admitted that Evelyn was dead. Perhaps they don't want to play because it implicates Hunter. So, I wonder if Lena was trafficked. I think so. I think she was either abducted by some sick perv in that local vicinity, and then they've disposed of her body, or she was trafficked. But either way, it's an abduction rather than something like accidental death. It's, in my opinion, pretty much impossible to have a kid who's in a playground and then who just wanders off and has an accident in that location, because it's right in the middle of San Antonio. It's a huge city. So whichever direction she would have gone in to have an accident, sooner or later she would have been found. She'd have been found by now 3 years down the line. Like if she'd been knocked over by a car or something like that, she'd have been found very quickly. It's not like a rural environment where somebody disappears and they could be lying in the woods very close by and just haven't been found. But that leads me nicely on to Roy Whitehead. So this is another Tennessee case. This is out of Sparta, Tennessee. So I'd heard the name Roy Whitehead, but I've never actually gone and looked at his case until this morning. And this is the most bizarre disappearance. So Roy Whitehead, 64-year-old young man, 64 years old, all right. And he's known out and about in his local area. He's a realtor, auctioneer, life and soul of the party, louder than life, local pastor. So you either know him from the local community, you know him professionally. However you know him, this guy is out there. Coaches a local teams, local sports team, very involved in his local community. And one day he just vanishes. All right. So Sparta, Tennessee, it is in between Knoxville and Nashville. So we've got Knoxville there, and then we've got Nashville there. So it's like right in the middle between Knoxville and Nashville. So that's just a little bit of orientation. And he was last seen on Lovejoy Road. It's just outside of Sparta. And it's pretty rural, but he knows this area. He lives in this area. I don't know which address he was last seen closest to, But you can see that, you've got properties on this road. Some of them are quite like big lots, but you've got numerous properties up and down this road. And then you've got this woods behind. Okay. So it's rural, but there's people around. So the last time Roy was seen was on Lovejoy Road. So I want to play you a couple of short pieces that I listened to this morning. This first one is Fox Nashville. Fox Nashville copyright claim. So I might have to edit this out after. So replay viewers might not see this video, but sometimes they copyright claim and then you've got to delete your video. So I'll have to edit it out if that happens. But this isn't a short, 4 minutes. And listen to this. Absolutely bizarre. Bizarre.
A popular Middle Tennessee pastor and state champion basketball coach literally disappeared off the face of the earth. Roy Whitehead is a big name in Sparta, Tennessee, a man who almost everyone knew. So how in the world did he vanish without a trace? Fox 17 News' Dennis Ferrier walks us through this puzzling missing persons case in tonight's Ferrier Files.
As one of his dear friends told me, it's as if he was abducted by aliens. That's how suddenly and completely disappeared. Of course, no one believes that. So what did happen to Roy Whitehead? That question has caused sleepless nights.
Roy Whitehead is a big personality, the pulpit pastor at DeRosset Church of Christ, a local realtor, flamboyant auctioneer. He was also a state champion basketball coach at White County High School in the late 90s. His best friend and former student, Pastor Brad Walker, describes Roy as a second father.
He would go into a room and just command the room. He was just funny and gregarious. He'd tell stories. He would really pat everyone on the back. He would know everyone's name, and he would just literally command the room.
Hardly the man you are about to hear about who exited so quietly. A Ring doorbell catches Roy pulling into his White County driveway on Friday, May the 3rd. Later that day, he is seen walking down his street, Lovejoy Road. 2 days later, he doesn't show up for Sunday service. Neighbor Doug Watts goes into the house, everything undisturbed, phone sitting in the charger.
I called 911, explained it to them. They were here pretty fast. I mean, they had a real good turnout. All kinds of dogs and helicopters and sheriff department and highway patrol. Made a thorough search and flew all around,
100 people searching into the night, and then another massive search. A week later, over 2,000 acres, nothing. His brother, Lynn Whitehead, is just beside himself.
I can't sleep. I eat because of anxiety, but it's so stressful. You not knowing just that every waking minute you're just thinking, where could he be?
Roy Whitehead last seen walking down his own street, Lovejoy Road. He had on his cowboy boots. It didn't seem like he was walking for exercise. Well, then what was he doing? Where was he going? That's the problem. Nobody knows.
If he killed himself, there would be buzzards and all that grim evidence, so that's ruled out. The search was thorough, immediate, and urgent. No one waited to look for this beloved man. So all you have is that gap. Seen at 4:30 on Lovejoy Road, no other sightings. What happened at the end of that walk? Something, because Roy Whitehead disappeared, and that just doesn't happen unless something happened. But where do you go when the trail ends on your own street?
You feel like you're just all alone and there's nobody listening. And so that's our heart's desire, because he's an amazing individual that's impacted countless lives. And it's the thought of him just vanishing one day, and us never understanding the truth. They're never, if something nefarious happened, there's no justice brought about it. It's a horrifying thought.
There's a town meeting at the White County High School gymnasium tomorrow night. I spoke with White County Sheriff Steve Page. He said this case is absolutely baffling, but he considers Roy Whitehead a very close friend, and he will never, ever, ever stop looking for him. I'm Dennis Ferrier, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
How bizarre is that? You're walking down your own street. Your own street. But he'd been gone for 2 days before anybody realised, if you caught this, because he didn't turn up for Sunday service on Sunday. The last time he was seen was the Friday, 2 days previous. So whatever happened to him, there was a 2-day gap. So last seen at 4:30 thereabouts, walking down Lovejoy Road in his cowboy boots. And then he doesn't, that's Friday, then he doesn't turn up for Sunday service on Sunday. So you've got a 2-day gap. So where was he going? And whatever happened, there was 2 days where nobody knew there was a problem until his friend went into his house and realised that he wasn't there and called the police. So that happened in May of last year, and Roy is still missing. So what we have, 8 months ago. 8 months ago. All right, I'll play you one more. I'll play this one. Again, it's Fox Nashville. So if they copyright claim, I'll have to edit this out so people on the replay won't see this video either. But this is a PI that has started working on the case, who's also absolutely baffled. Yeah, just it was just like he'd gone for a stroll. And I'm not sure that it's accurate saying he wasn't just going for a walk because he was wearing his cowboy boots. You know, some people wear the same pair of boots. Doesn't matter what style they are, they wear the same pair of boots because they like them and they wear them at all times. I'd like to know more about Roy's habits. I'd like to know whether he went for a stroll regularly. Did he go for a stroll on a daily basis, 4:30 in May? Going to be reasonably nice weather, isn't it? So goes out for an evening stroll. Who's going to abduct a 64-year-old man? It's hardly, you know, a trafficking situation, is it? Who's going to abduct a 64-year-old man? So your options are he's walked off into the woods and had an accident and died, or he's took his own life, or he's been murdered by somebody who maybe has a grudge against him. But this guy is very popular. Loads of people know him. Did he get enemies? Did he have a, you know, a side to his life that not many people knew about, which got him into trouble? So that's also an option. All right, play this little interview with the PI.
Fox 17 News Farrier Files is sponsored by Durham Injury Law.
A popular Middle Tennessee pastor, auctioneer, and high school basketball coach literally disappeared off the face of the earth. New tonight, his family has hired a private detective to help work on this baffling case. Here's Fox 17's Dennis Ferrier with an update.
Sometimes people disappear and hardly anyone notices. Sometimes someone disappears and everyone notices. That's the story with Roy Whitehead. Now the question is, will his huge popularity in Sparta lead to solving his disappearance?
Roy Whitehead's truck pulled into his Sparta driveway on Saturday, May the 3rd. A few hours later, he was seen walking down his street, Lovejoy Road. That was it. Dogs and helicopters and 100 people couldn't turn up a hair follicle. Roy Whitehead appears to have disappeared off the face of the earth. Even more strange, Roy Whitehead was a bigger-than-life character, a well-known realtor and auctioneer, a dynamic pastor, a legendary high school basketball coach. Roy Whitehead was big and loud. His disappearance, the opposite. Quiet, not a ripple.
It's just hard to imagine that he just disappeared, just like he evaporated. It's a mystery. It's truly a mystery.
Private detective and former Putnam County Sheriff David Andrews is now working the case for the family.
I don't think I've ever seen a group or a community be as concerned as a whole as this community is about Roy.
Look no further than the big bulging file on David Andrews' desk. It's full of notes and interviews with dozens of people.
But Roy touched so many people in his life, and so many people touched his life. Roy was a fixer. He wanted to help people all the time, and he did help people all the time. And I think with all the connections he had in life, especially in a smaller community like he lived in, I can't help but think something will happen.
Roy's brother Lynn has changed his entire retirement plan, now dedicated to finding out what happened to his brother. He has no choice. He's beyond grief-stricken.
I can't sleep. I eat because of anxiety, but it's so stressful. You not knowing, just that every waking minute you're just thinking, where could he be?
Here's where things get touchy. Mr. Andrews cannot discuss any theories. That would be reckless and harmful. We can't report any theories because that would be reckless and harmful. But that doesn't mean things aren't taking shape. That doesn't mean there aren't strong theories. It doesn't mean there isn't progress.
I truly believe that there is a piece of this puzzle out there that we're going to find. I truly believe that something's going to happen in this case, that we're going to find out some answers.
We're going to stay with this story. Hopefully that big bulging case file will lead to some answers. I'm Dennis Ferrier, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
All right. They said Saturday, May the 3rd. You know me about timelines. Actually, May the 3rd, 2024 was a Friday. So we've got a timestamp.
The driveway on Saturday.
Listen.
The Sparta driveway on Saturday, May the 3rd. A few hours later.
No. May the 3rd was a Friday. So 5/03/24. May the 3rd was a Friday. I don't know if I can show my calendar. May the 3rd. Hold on, I'll have to screenshot it. Just to prove. You can look on your own calendar if you want. But 2024, May the 3rd is a Friday. So he'd been gone for 2 days before anybody realized he was missing. That's important when we come to searching for this guy. It's important. If he was murdered, whoever it was had a 2-day head start. If he wandered off, maybe he was in the early stages of dementia. How do we know? We don't know anything about his habits and stuff like that. That's why I'd like to know more about just the routine elements of his life. Because usually it's the routine elements in someone's life that gives us a picture of what's unusual. Was he doing anything unusual? Was he doing anything that he doesn't normally do? If he normally never walks down his street, never goes for a stroll, then that in itself is an issue. That in itself is worth investigating. But if he does go for a stroll on a regular basis, where does he stroll? Where does he go? What are his regular routes? Because if he's had an accident or a heart attack, he's 64. All right, we're not talking about a kid. We're talking about a 64-year-old. So could have had a heart attack, could have had a stroke, all sorts of medical emergencies you're at increased risk of as you age, unfortunately. So may not have taken his own life, may not be anything nefarious whatsoever. He may have had a medical emergency and died. But unless we know his regular routes, then it's impossible, because look at the state of these woods. Look at that. Now, there's trails all the way through these woods, and there's a hill. Can't see it when you're just on the flat 2D, but look at that hill. Can't zoom in anymore because this is just Google Maps. So I don't know which one's his property. But let's say he went for a stroll down here and maybe likes going for a stroll in the woods. Can I go down to street level on there? No. I mean, he knows everybody, so, you know, people maybe didn't mind him, you know, if that's a private drive, for example. Maybe people didn't mind him. I don't know which one's this house. I don't know which number it is. But these houses are quite spaced out. I could probably spend some time going down the entirety of Lovejoy Road and working out which one's his. But I'm not going to do that right now. I just find it very, very strange. There's a Reddit post that I found, which I found really interesting. I do have the court on in the background, don't worry. So as soon as they come back, I'll switch it over. So this is in the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit. And there's some really interesting stuff in here. I read this quite often. And somebody's done this long post on Roy Whitehead. And I haven't checked the sources. I only found this morning. But let's just assume that this information is accurate. All right. May 5th, 2024, Roy Whitehead failed to show up for Sunday morning worship service at the D. Rossett Church of Christ, just a few miles east of Sparta, Tennessee, where he served as pastor. In addition to serving as pastor of the small church, Whitehead worked as a real estate agent and auctioneer, was well-loved former White County High School basketball coach. Whitehead was well known around Sparta and appeared to be an upstanding member of society. Now, people have sides of their life that others don't know about that can get them into trouble, so there's always that possibility. When he didn't show up for Sunday service, neighbour and friend Doug Watts went to his house to check on him. Mr. Watts found the Whitehead house apparently undisturbed and his cell phone was sitting on its charger. Mr. Watts then called 911 to report Mr. Whitehead missing. According to reports, the law enforcement response was relatively quick and soon an investigation began. It was, we got movement in the court. All right. I'm sure there's going to be more breaks. We can go back to this. We can go back to this later. But we are back. Court is back in session. All right. For those who are just coming in thinking, what on earth is happening? There was an extended break because both the state and defence have now rested their case. The defence didn't put any witnesses on. Megan didn't want to testify. So the judge sent the jury away for an extended break while he worked on the information that he's going to give to the jury. Shortly, the jury are going to come in. He's going to read them the charges. He's going to read them the jury instructions. And then it's going to be closing arguments. After which time, of course, the jury get the case. All right. You know.
I'm going to ask this one last time. Have y'all reviewed the final charge or the charge in its final form?
I have to.
And on behalf of the state, General, do you accept the charge as written?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Scott, on behalf of the defendant, do you accept the charge as written?
Yes, sir.
All right. What I'm going to do, it's 81 pages long. I'm going to bring them in, give them the charge. I'll probably, of course, I have to read all the judgment forms. If you look at it on page 49, I'm going to read down to, I'm going to stop where it says, when you retire to the jury room. I'm going to wait and give them that part after y'all argue. I would ask if the state's ready, but I think General Harper just left.
He's coming right back. He left his copy of the jury instructions on his desk. He's just grabbing them. The state is otherwise ready.
And I won't say it. I'm sure I won't think to say it, but the presentment is required to go back with the jury charge, and it's in the back of the book.
Your Honor, count 18, was that redacted out? Just making sure.
Yep.
Yep.
Thought we did, Judge. I just couldn't remember now. Yep. All right. Is the state ready to proceed? Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Then let's bring the jury in.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. All right. In the criminal court for Sullivan County, Tennessee, at Blumble, State of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell, defendant, case number S72869, date February 3rd through 12, 2025. Count 1, first degree premeditated murder. Count 2, first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Count 3, first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Count 4, aggravated child abuse. Count 5, aggravated child neglect. Count 6, tampering with evidence. Count 7 through 17, false report. Count 19, abuse of a corpse. Count 20, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Jury instructions. Members of the jury. Count 1 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of premeditated first-degree murder. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of facilitation of premeditated first-degree murder, attempt to commit premeditated first-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit premeditated first-degree murder, second-degree murder, facilitation of second-degree murder, attempt to commit second-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, child abuse, child neglect, attempt to commit child abuse, attempt to commit child neglect, assault, attempt to commit assault, and misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 2 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, second-degree murder, facilitation of second-degree murder, attempt to commit second-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, child abuse, attempt to commit child abuse, assault, attempt to commit assault, and misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 3 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, second-degree murder, facilitation of second-degree murder, attempt to commit second-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, child neglect, attempt to commit child neglect, assault, attempt to commit assault, and misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 4, the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of aggravated child abuse. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of facilitation of aggravated child abuse, attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, aggravated assault, facilitation of aggravated assault, attempt to commit aggravated assault, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, reckless aggravated assault, facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, misdemeanor reckless endangerment, child abuse, attempt to commit child abuse, assault, and attempt to commit assault. Count 5 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of aggravated child neglect. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of aggravated child neglect, attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, aggravated assault, facilitation of aggravated assault, attempt to commit aggravated assault, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, reckless aggravated assault, facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, misdemeanor reckless endangerment, child neglect, attempt to commit child neglect, assault, attempt to commit assault. Count 6 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of tampering with evidence. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of tampering with evidence, attempt to commit tampering with evidence, and facilitation of attempt to commit tampering with evidence. Count 7 through 17 of the presentment charges the defendant with Megan Boswell with the offense of false report. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of attempt to commit false report. Count 19 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the abuse of a corpse. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of abuse of a corpse and attempt to commit abuse of a corpse. Count 20 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of attempt to commit failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. The presentment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with these charges. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. To this presentment and each offense charged and included therein, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. The evidence in this case has been completed and final arguments will take place momentarily. Now it is my duty to instruct you as to the law. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks that I have made, do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdict should be. Statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statements were made that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not speculate as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection, and you must assume the answer would be of no value to you in your deliberations. You must not consider for any purpose any offer of evidence that was rejected or any evidence that was stricken out by the court. Such matters to be treated as though you had never known it. You must never speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked of a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. Whenever the singular of a word is used in these instructions, it may be taken equally to mean the plural unless clearly inapplicable. Whenever the word he is used in these instructions, you may consider it as applying equally to a woman. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charge against her. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial, and it is not overcome unless, from all the evidence in the case, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or a mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof to an absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim. It is not speculation or suspicion. It is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. The state must have proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime charged, that the crime, if in fact committed, was committed by the defendant before the finding and returning of the presentment in this case. The date of the offense is not an essential element of any of the offenses charged in the presentment or any lesser included offense. The state is not required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt a specific date upon which any of the alleged offenses occurred. The state is only required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged offenses occurred before the finding and returning of the presentment in this case. The burden is upon the state to prove by preponderance of the evidence that this offense was committed in Sullivan County, Tennessee. Proof by preponderance of the evidence means that the greater weight of the evidence must be in support of the state's contention. Venue of the offense lies in the county where the offense was commenced or consummated. If you find that the state has failed to prove by preponderance of the evidence that this offense was committed or consummated in Sullivan County, Tennessee, then you must return a verdict of not guilty. If you have read or heard anything about the case other than in open court, you should disregard what you read or heard and base your verdict only upon the law and evidence presented under the direction of the court. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding this case. You should consider all the evidence in light of your own observations and experience in life. You are the exclusive judge of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. If there are conflicts in the testimony of the different witnesses, you must reconcile them if you can, without hastily or rashly concluding that any witness has sworn falsely, for the law presumes that all witnesses are truthful. In forming your opinion as to the credibility of a witness, you may look to the proof, if any, of his or her general character, the evidence, if any, of the witness's reputation for truth and veracity, the intelligence and respectability of the witness, his or her interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the trial, his or her feelings, his or her apparent fairness or bias, his or her means of knowledge, the reasonableness of his or her statements, his or her appearance and demeanor while testifying, his or her contradictory statements as to material matters, if any are shown, and all the evidence in the case tending to corroborate or to contradict him or her. A witness may be impeached by proving that he or she has made some material statements out of court which are at variance to his or her evidence on the witness stand. However, proof of such prior inconsistent statements may be considered by you only for the purpose of testing the witness's credibility and not as substantive evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in such out-of-court statements. Further, a witness may be impeached by careful cross-examination involving the witness in contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it should plainly appear that some witness has willfully testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard his or her evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it's corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved in the trial. Your decision on the facts of this case should not be determined by the number of witnesses testifying for or against a party. You should consider all of the facts and circumstances in evidence to determine which of the witnesses you choose to believe or not to believe. The defendant has the right to remain silent, that is, the right not to testify. You shall not consider such silence as evidence of guilt, and you can draw no inferences of guilt from such silence or decision not to testify. You are reminded that the state has the burden to prove guilt of any offense beyond a reasonable doubt. Evidence has been introduced in this trial of a statement or statements by the defendant made outside the trial alleged to show an admission against interest. An admission against interest is a statement by the defendant which acknowledges the existence or truth of some fact necessary to be proven to establish the guilt of the defendant, or which tends to show guilt of the defendant, or is evidence of some material fact but not amounting to a confession. While this evidence has been received, it remains your duty to decide if in fact such statement was ever made. If you believe a statement was not made by the defendant, you should not consider it. If you decide the statement was made by the defendant, you must judge the truth of the facts stated. In so determining, consider the circumstances under which the statement was made. Also, consider whether any of the other evidence before you tends to contradict the statement in whole or in part. You must not, however, arbitrarily disregard any part of any statement, but rather should consider all of any statement you believe was made and is true. You are the sole judge of what weight should be given such statement. If you decide a statement was made, you should consider it with all the other evidence in the case in determining the defendant's guilt or innocence. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology, Dr. Darinka Malushnik Polchan, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology, Paul Durant, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic analysis of digital devices, Marla Gray, who was described as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis, and David Hoover, who was described to us as an expert in the field of latent fingerprint identification. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact in issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state their opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for their testimony. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness, it is up to you to decide whether you believe this testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reason, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Evidence. You may have heard two types of evidence in this case. One type of evidence is called direct evidence, and the other type is called circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which referred to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw or heard or otherwise sensed what happened firsthand. If witnesses testified about what they themselves saw or heard or otherwise sensed, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which give you clues about what happened in an indirect way. It consists of all the evidence which is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. A defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. The law makes no distinction between the weight that you should give either direct or circumstantial evidence. It is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence. The crime charged or included in each count of the presentment is a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each charge separately on the evidence and law applicable to it. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged or included. Your findings as to the crimes charged must be stated in your verdict. You will not be provided with a transcript of the testimony. However, you were permitted to take written notes. Notes taken by a juror to be used only as an aid to the memory of that juror alone and may not be used as authority in the jury deliberation room. The fact that something has been reduced to writing does not make it more significant than matters not noted down, and does not make it more accurate than independent memory. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case outside the jury deliberation room. You may not use any electronic device or media such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, including all social media, to communicate to anyone any information about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until you have returned your verdict and the trial has concluded. The court will now instruct you as to the law applicable to all counts of the presentment. Count 1, premeditated first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of premeditated first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally, and 3, that the killing was premeditated. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exist in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time she allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of premeditated first-degree murder, then the jury will not fix a fine. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of premeditated first-degree murder as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 2, first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Any person who commits first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim. And 2, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the alleged aggravated child abuse. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged aggravated child abuse and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. And 3, that the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child abuse. The following essential elements apply to aggravated child abuse. 1, that the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child in such a manner as to inflict injury. And 2, that the act of abuse resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. And 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. The intent to commit the underlying felony must exist prior to or concurrent with the commission of the act causing the death of the victim. Proof that such intent to commit the underlying felony existed before or concurrent with the act of killing is a question of fact to be decided by the jury after consideration of all the facts and circumstances. Consideration of such factors as time, place, and causation is helpful in determining whether a killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged aggravated child abuse. The killing may precede, coincide with, or follow the aggravated child abuse and still be considered as occurring in the perpetration of the aggravated child abuse, so long as there is a connection in time, place, and continuity of action. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct. Child and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, then the jury will not fix a fine. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 3, first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Any person who commits first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim. And 2, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the alleged aggravated child neglect. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the aggravated child neglect, the alleged aggravated child neglect, and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. And 3, excuse me, 3, that the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child neglect. The following essential elements apply to aggravated child neglect. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And 2, that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. And 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. The intent to commit the underlying felony must exist prior to or concurrent with the commission of the act causing the death of the victim. Proof that such intent to commit the underlying felony existed before or concurrent with the act of killing is a question of fact to be decided by the jury after consideration of all the facts and circumstances. Consideration of such factors as time, place, and causation is helpful in determining whether a killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged aggravated child neglect. The killing may precede, coincide with, or follow the aggravated child neglect and still be considered as occurring in the perpetration of the aggravated child neglect, so long as there is a connection in time, place, and continuity of action. Knowingly and intentionally have previously been defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Child and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, then the jury will not fix a fine. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony and was charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 3, second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that his or her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 13 of these instructions. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $50,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of second-degree murder is charged and included in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 3. Voluntary manslaughter. Any person who commits voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly, and 3, that the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 13 of these instructions. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 17 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of voluntary manslaughter, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $10,000, and you will so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of voluntary manslaughter as charged and included in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 3, reckless homicide. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant killed the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also shown or established if it is shown that the defendant acted knowingly or intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 13 of these instructions. Knowingly has previously been defined for you on page 17 of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of reckless homicide, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $5,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of reckless homicide as charged and included in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 3, criminally negligent homicide. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of the alleged victim, and 2, that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. Criminal negligence means that a person acts with criminal negligence when the person ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim would be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that his failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of criminal negligence is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Intentionally has previously been defined for you on page 13 of the instructions. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 17 of the instructions. Recklessly has been previously defined for you on page 19 of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of criminally negligent homicide, you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $3,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of criminally negligent homicide is charged and included in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this count. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, and 4, child abuse. Any person who commits child abuse is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child in such a manner as to inflict injury. And 2, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Child and bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of child abuse, you may fix the fine in any amount not greater than $2,500, and you so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of child abuse as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 3, and 5, child neglect. Any person who commits child neglect is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And 2, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Child and bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of child neglect, then you may fix the fine in any amount not greater than $2,500, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of child neglect as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 4, aggravated child abuse. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child abuse is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child in such a manner as to inflict injury. And 2, that the act of abuse resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. And 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Child and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated child abuse, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $50,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of aggravated child abuse as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 4 and 5, aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to another. And 2, that the act resulted in serious bodily injury. For purposes of this count, intentionally, knowingly bodily injury and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated assault, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $10,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. Excuse me. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of aggravated assault as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 4 and 5, reckless aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of reckless aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant recklessly caused bodily injury to another. And 2, that the act resulted in serious bodily injury. For the purpose of this count, recklessly bodily injury and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of reckless aggravated assault, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $5,000. And you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of reckless aggravated assault as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Ladies and gentlemen, anytime that I make a change, I'm making the change in the notebook that's black. It says original charge. This is the official original charge. Those are just your copies, okay? Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Assault. Any person who commits an assault upon another is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant caused bodily injury to another, and 2, that the defendant acted either intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. For purposes of this count, intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, and bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of assault, then you may fix the fine at any amount not greater than $2,500, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of assault as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty of this as to this offense. Lesser included offense counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Misdemeanor, reckless endangerment. Any person who commits the offense of misdemeanor, reckless endangerment is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant engaged in conduct which placed or might have placed another person in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury. And 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. For the threat of death or serious bodily injury to be imminent, the person must be placed in a reasonable probability of danger as opposed to a mere possibility of danger. Before you can convict the defendant, the state must show beyond a reasonable doubt that a person or class of persons was in the zone of danger. The zone of danger is that area in which a reasonable probability exists that the defendant's conduct would place others in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury. For purposes of this count, recklessly, intentionally, knowingly, and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of misdemeanor or reckless endangerment, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $2,500, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of misdemeanor or reckless endangerment as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 5, aggravated child neglect. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child neglect is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And 2, that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. And 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Knowingly has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally has been previously defined for you on page 15 of these instructions. Adversely affect the child's health and welfare, child, and serious bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated child abuse, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $50,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. That should say neglect. All right, let me reread that. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated child neglect, then you may fix the fine in any amount not greater than $50,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of aggravated child neglect as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 6, tampering with evidence. Any person who commits the offense of tampering with evidence is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew an investigation was in progress, and 2, that the defendant concealed a thing with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation. For purposes of this count, knew, conceal, destroy, and bodily injury are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of tampering with evidence, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $10,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of tampering with evidence as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 7 through 17, false report. Any person who makes a false statement to law enforcement officer is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the statement was made by the defendant. 2, that statement was made in response to a legitimate inquiry by a law enforcement officer. And 3, that the statement would concern a material fact about an incident within the officer's concern. And 4, that the defendant knew such statement was false. And 5, that the statement was made by the defendant with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing an incident from continuing to occur. For purposes of this count, new and law enforcement officer are defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of false report, then you may fix the fine in any amount not greater than $5,000, and you so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of false report as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 19, abuse of a corpse. Any person who commits the offense of abuse of a corpse is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant physically mistreated a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person. And 2, that the defendant acted without legal privilege. And 3, that the defendant acted knowingly. For purposes of this count, knowingly is defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of abuse of a corpse, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $3,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of abuse of a corpse as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Count 20, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Any person who commits the offense of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly failed to report the death of Evelyn Boswell to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney, or sheriff. And 2, that the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner. For purposes of this count, knowingly is defined for you in the definition section of these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. If you find from the proof beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, then you may fix a fine in any amount not greater than $3,000, and you'll so report your fine on your verdict form. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances as charged in the presentment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. Criminal attempt. The following definition applies to the attempt to commit any criminal offense that is charged or included as a lesser offense in these instructions. Any person who attempts to commit any criminal offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find the person guilty of criminal attempt to commit any criminal offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the specified criminal offense, and 2, that the defendant did some act intending to complete a course of action or cause a result that would constitute the specified criminal offense under circumstances as the defendant believed them to be at the time. And his actions constitute a substantial step toward the commission of the specified criminal offense. The defendant's actions do not constitute a substantial step unless the defendant's entire course of action clearly shows his intent to commit the specified criminal offense. The essential elements necessary to constitute each specified criminal offense are set out in these instructions. The definition of attempt to commit a criminal offense and the fine associated with each attempt to commit a criminal offense is as follows. Count 1. Attempt to commit premeditated first-degree murder, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit child abuse, maximum fine $50. Attempt to commit child neglect, maximum fine attempt to commit child abuse, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit child neglect, maximum fine $500. attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Count 2, attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Attempt to commit child abuse, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Count 3, attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $50,000. Attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Attempt to commit child neglect, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Count 4, attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, maximum fine $25,000. Attempt to commit aggravated assault, maximum fine $5,000. Attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit child abuse, maximum fine $500. Count 5, attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, maximum fine $25,000. Attempt to commit aggravated assault, maximum fine $5,000. Attempt to commit assault, maximum fine $500. Attempt to commit child neglect, maximum fine $500. Count 6, attempt to commit tampering with evidence, maximum fine $5,000. Counts 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, attempt to commit false report, maximum fine $5,000. Count 19, attempt to commit abuse of corpse, maximum fine $2,500. Count 20, attempt to commit failure to report death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, maximum fine $2,500. Facilitation of a felony. The following definition applies to any offense of facilitation that is charged or included as a lesser offense in these instructions. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of facilitation of any offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specified offense, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And 2, that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the specified criminal offense. And 3, that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. The essential elements necessary to constitute the specified criminal offense are set out in these instructions. The definition of facilitation of an offense and the fine associated with each facilitation offense is as follows. Count 1, facilitation of first-degree murder, maximum fine $50,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $10,000. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless homicide, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, maximum fine $2,500. Count 2, facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $50,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $10,000. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless homicide, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, maximum fine $2,500. Count 3, facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $50,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of second-degree murder, maximum fine $25,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, maximum fine $10,000. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless homicide, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, maximum fine $2,500. Count 4, facilitation of aggravated child abuse, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of aggravated assault, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, maximum fine $3,000. Count 5, Facilitation of aggravated child neglect, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of aggravated assault, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, maximum fine $3,000. Facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, maximum fine $3,000. Count 6, facilitation of tampering with evidence, maximum fine $5,000. Facilitation of attempt to commit tampering with evidence, maximum fine $3,000. Count 19, facilitation of abuse of the corpse, maximum fine $2,500. Criminal responsibility for conduct of another. A defendant is criminally responsible as a party to the offense charged and included if the offense was committed by the defendant's own conduct, by the conduct of another for which the defendant is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to the offense may be charged with the commission of the offense. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. Under the theory of criminal responsibility, an individual's presence and companionship with the perpetrator of an offense before and after commission of an offense are circumstances from which his or her participation in the crime may be inferred. No particular act need be shown, and the defendant need not have taken a physical part in the crime in order to be held criminally responsible. However, a defendant's mere presence during the commission of a crime is not enough to convict based on the theory of criminal responsibility for the conduct of another. The jury is not required to make this inference. It is the exclusive province of the jury to determine whether the facts and circumstances shown by all the evidence in the case warrant the inference which the law permits the jury to draw. The inference may be rebutted by direct or circumstantial evidence or both, whether it exists in the evidence of the state or the evidence of the defendant. Before you can find the defendant guilty of being criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another, you must find that all the essential elements of the offense have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Definitions. Intentionally or intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly or new means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or the circumstances exist. The person acts knowingly with respect to the result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally. Recklessly or reckless means that a person acts recklessly with respect to circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. Adversely affect the child's health and welfare may include, but not limited to, the natural effects of starvation and dehydration. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, or any physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Child means a person under 18 years of age. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain, protracted or obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or substantial impairment of a function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty, or a broken bone of a child who is 12 years of age or less. Cause of death. Before a defendant can be convicted of any degree of homicide, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the death of the deceased was proximately caused by the criminal conduct of the defendant. The proximate cause of death is that cause which, in natural and continuous sequence, unbroken by any independent intervening cause, produces the death and without which the death would not have occurred. The defendant's conduct need not be the sole or immediate cause of death. The acts or omissions of two or more persons may work concurrently to proximately cause the death, and in such case, each of the participating acts or omissions is regarded as a proximate cause. It is not a defense that the negligent conduct of the deceased may have also been a proximate cause of the death. However, it is a defense to homicide if the proof shows the death was caused by an independent intervening act or omission of the deceased or another, which the defendant, in the exercise of ordinary care, could not reasonably have anticipated as likely to happen. However, if in the course of ordinary care, the defendant should reasonably have anticipated the intervening cause, that cause does not supersede the defendant's original conduct, and the defendant's conduct is considered the proximate cause of death. It is not necessary that the sequence of events or the particular injury be foreseeable. It is only necessary that the death fall within a general field of danger which the defendant should have reasonably anticipated. If you find that the defendant's act, if any, did not unlawfully cause or contribute to the death of the deceased, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to this proposition, then you must find her not guilty. Deliberation process. Each count of the presentment is a separate offense, and you must deliberate on each count. When you begin your deliberations on each count of the presentment, you must first deliberate on the indicted or charged offenses. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of the indicted offense, you may stop your deliberations as to that count of the presentment. You would then begin your deliberations as to the remaining counts of the presentment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the indicted offense in each count, or you have a reasonable doubt, then you must unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the indicted offense, and next consider the lesser included offenses in each count as set out below and in your verdict form. You must first deliberate on the greater offense as to each count and unanimously reach a verdict as to the greater offense before you move to the next lesser included offense within that particular count. If you unanimously reach a verdict as to the guilt of a defendant as to a greater offense, you may stop your deliberations as to that count. You would then proceed to the remaining counts of the presentment until you have reached a verdict on each count of the presentment. The order in which you are to consider the charges and lesser included offenses in each count is as follows. Count 1. 1. First degree murder. 2. Facilitation of first degree murder. 3. Attempt to commit first degree murder. 4. Facilitation of attempt to commit first degree murder. 5. Second degree murder. 6. Facilitation of second degree murder. 7. Attempt to commit second degree murder. 8. Facilitation of attempt to commit second degree murder. 9. Voluntary manslaughter. 10. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. 11. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 12. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 13. Reckless homicide. 14. Facilitation of reckless homicide. 15. Criminally negligent homicide. 16. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. 17. Child abuse. 18. Child neglect. 19. Attempt to commit child abuse. 20. Attempt to commit child neglect. 21. Assault. 22. Attempt to commit assault. 23. Misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 2. 1. First degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 2. Facilitation of first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 3. Attempt to commit first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 4. Facilitation of attempt to commit first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 5. Second degree murder. 6. Facilitation of second degree murder. 7. Attempt to commit second degree murder. 8. Facilitation of attempt to commit second degree murder. 9. Voluntary manslaughter. 10. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. 11. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 12. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 13. Reckless homicide. 14. Facilitation of reckless homicide. 15. Criminally negligent homicide. 16. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. 17. Child abuse. 18. Attempt to commit child abuse. 19. Assault. 20. Attempt to commit assault. 21. Misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 3. 1. First degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 2. Facilitation of first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 3. Attempt to commit first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 4. Facilitation of attempt to commit first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. 5. Second degree murder. 6. Facilitation of second degree murder. 7. Attempt to commit second degree murder. 8. Facilitation of attempt to commit second degree murder. 9. Voluntary manslaughter. 10. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. 11. Attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 12. Facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. 13. Reckless homicide. 14. Facilitation of reckless homicide. 15. Criminally negligent homicide. 16. Facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. 17. Child neglect. 18. Attempt to commit child neglect. 19. Assault. 20. Attempt to commit assault. 21. Misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 4. 1, aggravated child abuse. 2, facilitation of aggravated child abuse. 3, attempt to commit aggravated child abuse. 4, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse. 5, aggravated assault. 6, facilitation of aggravated assault. 7, attempt to commit aggravated assault. 8, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault. 9, reckless aggravated assault. 10, facilitation of reckless aggravated assault. 11, assault. 12, attempt to commit assault. 13, misdemeanor reckless endangerment. 14, child abuse. 15, attempt to commit child abuse. Count 5, 1, aggravated child neglect. 2, facilitation of aggravated child neglect. 3, attempt to commit aggravated child neglect. 4, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect. 5, aggravated assault. 6, facilitation of aggravated assault. 7, attempt to commit aggravated assault. 8, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault. 9, reckless aggravated assault. 10, facilitation of reckless aggravated assault. 11, assault. 12, attempt to commit assault. 13, misdemeanor reckless endangerment. 14, child neglect. 15, attempt to commit child neglect. Count 6, 1, tampering with evidence. 2, facilitation of tampering with evidence. 3, attempt to commit tampering with evidence. 4, facilitation of attempt to commit tampering with evidence. Count 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. 1, false report. 2, attempt to commit false report. Count 19, 1, abuse of a corpse. 2, facilitation of abuse of a corpse. 3, attempt to commit abuse of a corpse. 4, facilitation of attempt to commit abuse of a corpse. Count 20, 1, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. And 2, attempt to commit failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. The essential elements for each offense of each count of the presentment have been previously set forth in these instructions. Please refer to those essential elements as you deliberate on the charged offense or lesser included offense of each count of the presentment. Fines. Excuse me. If you find the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt of an offense, you may, in your discretion, fix a fine in any amount not to exceed the amount listed for that offense in these instructions and on the verdict forms. If after considering the charged offense and lesser included offenses in each count as set out above and in the verdict form, you find the defendant not guilty or have a reasonable doubt as to her guilt as to all counts and offenses, then you must return a verdict of not guilty and acquit the defendant. In considering the charged offense and lesser included offenses in each count, in this case, do not consider punishment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offenses of any count, the court will set punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. Y'all want to come up here for a second?
Be honest, how many people have dozed off? Oh, he's back straight away. Yeah, they get all of these. So all of what he's reading, they get in writing. But I can seriously see them getting bogged down. It's all the lesser charges to the first degree murder that he's read out. So they're all the stated lesser offences. So if they find her not guilty of first degree murder, then they've got to consider the lesser offences of those counts. So second degree murder, homicide, what is it? Voluntary homicide, blah, blah, blah. And so it goes down. Attempted and all of that. So I can see them getting bogged down. If they think that she's guilty of first degree murder, then that's it. They don't have to consider the lesser charges. Or if some of the jurors, want to hold fast that she's not guilty of first degree murder, then they're going to have to and go through the lesser offences to see whether they consider her guilty of any of those for each of the 3 murder counts. And then there's all of the other charges as well. I think it will be a quick verdict. Not necessarily for this reason. The they may well get bogged down in all of these different possible charges. If they all unanimously think she's guilty of first-degree murder and they don't have to consider the lesser charges of counts 1, 2, and 3, then yeah, it could be quick. But I wouldn't expect them to be back in an hour. If they're back in an hour, then they haven't deliberated to the fullest extent. But they are sequestered, so the lunch is going to be here in 10 minutes. So he's going to finish this. He's going to give them lunch. Then it'll be closing arguments, and then they'll be off to deliberate. He might have a few final instructions for them after that. So they are going to be deliberating by mid-afternoon. Thank you, Sean, for the $4.99. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. On to the Coburger case. Oh. Call 4 p.m. If they're back from lunch at 1-ish, then it's closing arguments. I don't think they're going to be in the deliberation room before 2:30. I wouldn't have thought. Unless closing arguments are very short. So under normal circumstances where the jury is not sequestered, the judge may have just given them an early dart and told them to come back tomorrow and start fresh with deliberations. But as they're sequestered, then there's no need for that. So they'll go to the deliberation room, and then it'll be down to how long they either want to deliberate today or how soon the court wants to close. So if the court normally closes at 5, then they might stop them at 5 and then they'll come back tomorrow. I don't know. Playing it by ear.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, remember, when you go back there and you select a 4-person, this is the official jury charge. Okay? And I'm not going to take up your books and make a change in every one of your books and hand them back out. Otherwise, we'd be here till later tonight. So I'm going to make the change on page 48. And when you deliberate, you go by what this black notebook says. Can everybody do that? Everybody's shaking their head yes. All right. Let me start that over. If after your deliberations you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to sentencing and you will set the punishment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offense in counts 4 through 20, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. You'll be provided with forms for all possible verdicts in this case, and it will be at the back of these instructions. The jury, the jury will mark the appropriate verdict on the form by checking the box next to your verdict, and your 4-person will sign and date the verdict form. Now, in your books, you don't have, you may have. You have verdict forms? All right. This goes back to what I said about the original notebook. You use the verdict forms in this black notebook. All right. Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of first-degree murder. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of first-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit first-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 5, guilty of second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Verdict form, count 1 continued. Checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 9, guilty of voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 11, guilty of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 12, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 13, guilty of reckless homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 14, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Excuse me. Or verdict form count 1 continued. Checkbox 15, guilty of criminally negligent homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 16, guilty of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 17, guilty of child abuse. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 18, guilty of child neglect. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 19, guilty of attempt to commit child abuse. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 20, guilty of attempt to commit child neglect. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 21, guilty of assault. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 22, guilty of attempt to commit assault. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or verdict form count 1 continued. Checkbox 23, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 24, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 2. With jury, find the defendant Megan Boswell marked appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 5, guilty of second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or verdict form count 2 continued. Checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 9, guilty of voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Checkbox 11, or checkbox 11, guilty of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 12, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 13, guilty of reckless homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or verdict form count 2 continued. Checkbox 14, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 15, guilty of criminally negligent homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 16, guilty of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 17, guilty of child abuse. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 18, guilty of attempt to commit child abuse. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 19, guilty of assault. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 20, guilty of attempt to commit assault. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or verdict form count 2 continued. Checkbox 21, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 22, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant Megan Boswell marked the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony. Fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than 25,000, or checkbox 5, guilty of second degree murder. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $50,000, or verdict form count 3 continued. Checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of second degree murder. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit second degree murder. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit second degree murder. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 9, guilty of voluntary manslaughter. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 11, guilty of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 12, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 13, guilty of reckless homicide. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or verdict form count 3 continued. Checkbox 14, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 15, guilty of criminally negligent homicide. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 16, guilty of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 17, guilty of child neglect. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 18, guilty of attempt to commit child neglect. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $500, or checkbox 19, guilty of assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 20, guilty of attempt to commit assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $500, or verdict form count 3 continued. Checkbox 21, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 22, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 4, we the jury find the defendant Megan Boswell marked appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of aggravated child abuse. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $50,000, or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of aggravated child abuse. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 5, guilty of aggravated assault, not more than, find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of aggravated assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or verdict form count 4 continued. Checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 9, guilty of reckless aggravated assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of reckless aggravated assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 11, guilty of assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 12, guilty of attempt to commit assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $500, or checkbox 13, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 14, guilty of child abuse. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or verdict form count 4 continued. Checkbox 15, guilty of attempt to commit child abuse. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $500, or checkbox 16, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 5, we the jury find the defendant Megan Boswell marked the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of aggravated child neglect. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $50,000, or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of aggravated neglect. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 5, guilty of aggravated assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of aggravated assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000. Verdict form count 5 continued. Checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit assault, aggravated assault. Find amount dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 9, guilty of reckless aggravated assault. Find an amount dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of reckless aggravated assault. find amount $sign blank, not more than 3,000, or guilty. Checkbox number 11, guilty of assault. Find an amount $sign blank, not more than 2,500, or checkbox 12, guilty of attempt to commit assault. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 500, or checkbox 13, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 2,500, or checkbox 14, guilty of child neglect. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 2,500, or verdict form count 5 continued. Checkbox 15, guilty of attempt to commit child neglect. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 500, or checkbox 16, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 6. We, the jury, find the defendant Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of tampering with evidence. Find amount $sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of tampering with evidence. Checkbox amount $sign blank, not more than 5,000, or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit tampering with evidence. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 5,000, or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit tampering with evidence. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 3,000, or checkbox 5, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form counts 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. We, the jury, find the defendant Megan Boswell mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of false report. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 5,000, or checkbox 2, guilty of attempt to commit false report. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 3,000, or checkbox 3, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 19. We, the jury, find the defendant Megan Boswell mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of abuse of the corpse. Find amount $sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of abuse of a corpse. Find amount $sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to abuse a corpse. Find amount $sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit abuse of a corpse. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 500, or checkbox 5, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 20. We, the jury, find the defendant Megan Boswell mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 3,000, or checkbox 2, guilty of attempt to commit failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Find amount $sign blank, not more than 2,500, or checkbox 3, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Back on page 48. You'll be provided with, well, I just did that. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. If you find the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find her guilty. On the other hand, if you find the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to her guilt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. I'm going to stop right there. Is there lunch here? Your lunch is here. I'm going to let you go eat. I want you to take your notebooks and sit them on your chair and leave them out here. I'm going to have you go with the officer, eat lunch. When we come back, the parties will argue, then I will finalize the charge.
Everyone stand, please.
It didn't say how long for. I'm guessing an hour. Yeah. He needs something for his throat. He definitely needs something for his throat. No, Pamela. After lunch, it's closing arguments. And then the jury get the case. Well, he'll finalise some more jury instructions, but I don't think there's very much more that he needs to say. So, depending on how long they both take, closing arguments can be quite quick, or they can... A lot of judges give them a time limit, but I haven't heard that he's giving them a time limit in this case. Their opening statements were quite short, as I remember. And I imagine that the defence's closing arguments aren't going to be that long. I mean, what can he say, honestly? Do you think we'll get a verdict tomorrow or Friday? Yeah. Honestly, I do. As I was saying before, when he spoke to the attorneys briefly, I think the jury potentially are going to get bogged down by going through all of those lesser charges. So in counts 1, 2, and 3, the first-degree murder charges, there's a whole load of lesser charges within that count. So if they can't agree on first-degree murder, let's put it this way: if they all agree that she's guilty of first-degree murder on those 3 counts, on all of those 3 counts, then they're home and dry. They can just tick guilty on their verdict form, and that's that. But if the decision is that she's not guilty of first-degree murder, then they have to then consider those lesser charges. And there's loads of them. So they then have to decide whether she's guilty of any of those lesser counts. And it's only if they find her not guilty of any of those lesser counts that they'll say not guilty for that overall charge. So potentially that's going to bog them down, unless they're absolutely sure, very quickly, they're absolutely sure that this was first-degree murder. Then they can just tick guilty and they don't have to consider the lesser charges for counts 1, 2, and 3. So that might take them some time. So if they don't come back quickly, I would imagine that's one of the things that's problematic. Who was on the stand today? No one, Remy. No, it was a complete... it was a complete surprise to me, because they did start a little bit late, and we were just like generally chatting, and I thought that they were going to have at least one more interview that they were going to show, Megan's interviews with the police, because there is one that the defence briefly introduced early on in the case, beginning of day 2. And I thought we were going to see the whole of that. But I think they're not showing that because it potentially puts in the jury's heads right at the end of the trial, it puts in their heads that Hunter could have been the one that disposed of the body. And they're not going to want to have that in the jury's heads right at the end of their case. So I think that's why they've chosen to rest now. And we're not going to find out who Evelyn's biological father is. Can you believe it? We've all been waiting. It was Mr. Scott who said, he told Ansley Daniel that we were going to find out during the trial. He didn't want to say, but we find out. So he's kept us all hanging, and we're not going to find out now. So I guess with every case, there's always things that you go away and think, I wish you knew the answer to that or whatever. But anyhow, it doesn't matter, does it really? It doesn't matter. State's rested the case. Defense did not put any witnesses on. Megan was asked if she wanted to testify, and she said no. So the defense also rested their case. And here we are, waiting for closing arguments. Has a time limit been put on, been placed on closings? No, as I just said before, I'm not aware that there has been. Some judges don't do a time limit, and some do. And they may have decided, you know, outside of the court time that they were going to do a time limit. We'll find out. We'll find out when they come back if there's a time limit. Maybe she doesn't know who the father is. Maybe. But Mr. Scott said we'd find out. He did. I'm going to pull up that interview, and then I'm going to go back to Roy Whitehead, the missing person from Sparta. All right, it was on WJHL. Megan Boswell. All right. Gotta find it though. So it'll be one of the ones I've watched. It'll be easy to find. They post so much. How many videos have they got on their channel? 75,000 videos WJHL have got on their channel. Can you believe it? I thought I did a lot of videos. All right, so that's... Jeez. They post a lot. There we go. It was either this one or the first one. It was either this one or this one. I think it was probably this one. I think it was this one. All right, let's listen to this.
News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel is live in Sullivan County, where court is being held. Ansley?
Yeah, Sarah and Casey, court actually just wrapped up about 25 minutes ago for the day, but I'm standing by with Megan Boswell's defense attorney, Gene Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us this afternoon. Well, first off, you fought hard to have the video that was played this morning, first off played and admitted as evidence. So what did you want the jury to see in that?
I just wanted to see the jury to understand the full context of Megan's interview with Agent Fraley and the fact that she had explained what happened to Evelyn and that there was more to it. And that kind of, for the first time, maybe put her side of the story out there to the jury.
So what are you trying to convince the jury of? That Evelyn's death was accidental or that Megan didn't do it?
Well, honestly, we don't know. I mean, when I say I don't know, obviously we think Megan didn't kill this child. Was the child rolled over in bed, or could something medically? So those are issues that are still there before the jury. But obviously, I'm adamant that Megan did not kill the child.
There are a lot of questions about whether Megan will take the stand herself. What can we expect out of her?
That decision hasn't been made yet. We will make it closer to time.
And I know it's only day 2, but what can we expect tomorrow?
I think more witnesses like we saw this afternoon, just setting the stage for the state's case.
And what is your strategy and what are you hoping to, again, convey to these jurors throughout this trial?
Well, I think what I'm trying to convey to the jury is was a young girl. Her reactions, while they may seem unreasonable, were reactions that she had because she was a scared young mother, not because she killed her child.
Is there anything else you want folks to know about your client as we head into day 3?
I wish people would not rush to judgment about her. She loved that little girl, and we think that'll show through the course of the trial.
All right, Gene, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. And again, court will resume tomorrow.
All right, so it was the other one. I chose the wrong one. Oh, dear. So that was the end of day 2. So this was the end of day 3.
Today marked the 3rd day in Megan Boswell's murder trial. Thank you for joining us this evening. I'm Terry Craig. Today's session covered more witnesses in the death of 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell, who was at the height of an Amber Alert in 2020 and was later found dead that year. The person accused being her mother, Megan Boswell. She's the only person facing charges in the death of Evelyn and has remained in the Sullivan County Jail since. Today, the court interviewed multiple witnesses once again. The court began this morning with more witnesses who knew Megan Boswell. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel has been in Blountville at the courthouse since the trial began, and she's there now live to give us an update. Ansley?
Yeah, Terry, court actually just wrapped up a few moments ago, but I'm standing here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott. Thank you so much for joining us again today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, first off, let's talk about the mistrial issue. Earlier, you made a motion for a mistrial. Do you think that there could be an issue with evidence that could come up again?
I think we sorted that out after we talked about the motion. My investigator and investigator for the DA's office went through the evidence in question. I think everything is sorted out at this point.
Now, earlier we heard from Ethan Perry. He took the stand today, who we now know is not Evelyn's father. Who is her dad?
I think that information is in the record and will come out, but I think I'd rather wait till it's said in open court.
And let's also talk about how...
There you go. There you go. It's in the record, and I'll rather wait till it comes out in open court.
Earlier, we heard from Ethan Perry. He took the stand today, who we now know is not Evelyn's father. Who is her dad?
I think that information is in the record and will come out, but I think I'd rather wait till it's said in open court.
And let's also...
All right, so it wasn't said in open court. Because whatever anyone heard yesterday, which we can go back to and listen, wasn't in open court. It was that they were being picked up, the attorneys were being picked up on the microphones. Can anybody remember the timestamp? I want to say 7 hours, 2 minutes. So, I might be wrong. Let me go back to it, though. If we can't find it, we can't find it. Simple as that, but... let's give it a try. If the person who gave that timestamp, like right at the beginning of today, is still in the chat, because I can't remember who you were, will give me that timestamp again. If I'm wrong, then we'll be fine. But I think it was 7 hours, 2 minutes. No, you've not missed closing, Rambling Rome. You've missed... oh, you need to go back and listen to it all. You need to. You need to. So important. No, don't really. Don't really. An 81-page set of jury instructions. That's what you've missed. He's got a little bit more to do, but they are in lunchtime now. Once they come back from lunch, then it's going to be closings, and then he's got his little bit to finish off, and then they're off to deliberate. Just let me stick my court thing on. Court is on a break. Just there. All right, let me find yesterday. This is yesterday's session. 7 hours. So that's mid-afternoon. Right, it was during the break. It was during the break. Let's listen in. Do we not have? That's 7 hours.
Yes, sir.
Everyone stand, please.
It mustn't have been 7 hours and 2 minutes. I must be wrong. Must have been wrong. So we've got caught on a break. So they come back there. All right, just let it play till they come back. As I am sure it was outside of the jury's presence. And I'm also sure it was just like the mics were on and they were just talking amongst each other.
All right, I'll look at these and we'll talk about it probably in the morning. Just so you know, there are 2 resources that I use when in addition to the Burns test. There's a lesser included offense list.
Oh.
I had went by Judge Tipton's outline from, and it does go back a ways, but I don't think it's been overturned at least. And as it relates to child abuse and child neglect, they're not necessarily lessers under the Burns test. They are lessers by statute. And I cited the subsection of the statute that makes them lessers. We need to approach, Judge, if we could.
I mean, I don't know if it matters. I don't know what you're using it for exactly.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready, yes, Judge. Sorry.
State's ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Well, I didn't hear mention of any names there, so I was obviously wrong with the timestamp. Thought the question was asked about fingerprints. Did you look for prints of blah, blah, blah? There'll be so many mentions of fingerprints in the transcript. If I search the transcript, because there was an entire witness talking about fingerprints, so it would take forever to search the transcript. I do need a timestamp. If you're talking about Eric Smith, that was the name he threw out on cross. Oh, so it was in open court. Okay. Okay. Oh, it was in open court. I thought it was like a hot mic moment. All right. Well, thank you, Christina. 6 hour, 6 house. I think you mean 6 hours. Hold on a minute. Where are we at? Here we go. 6 hours, 56 minutes, fingerprint dude. Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the $4.99. All right. 6 hours, 56 minutes. Get rid of that. That's during the break. Was it? Oh, it might have been 6 hours and 56 minutes on mine. Let me do mine. So I just got that from Court TV. All right, 6 hours and 56 minutes. Here we go. Because mine will be a slightly different time. Where did they have a break there? So that's 6:56. We'll just go back a minute. So we're at 6 hours 54. All right, so this is before the jury comes back, it looks like. They obviously, whatever they're discussing, they obviously want it off the record, which is why they've gone to a sidebar. Because if they discuss it in open court, then it becomes part of the record. Child abuse just been mentioned, really? I couldn't hear what they were saying. I've not got my volume. When the testimony's on, I turn my volume down because the mics are fine.
I mean, I don't know if it matters. I don't know what you're using it for exactly.
All right. Is the state ready to proceed?
Now that's what we've just listened to. It's after the break. What time is court back? He normally gives them an hour. So I would say maybe, I don't know, what time did they go out? I'd say maybe 20 minutes. I don't know what time they went out. He normally gives them an hour. Well, that's Dr. Smith. So the state ready to proceed. All right, so that's where they're chatting. That's the jury coming back. All right, we'll listen from here.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, so this is the beginning of his
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you about that palm print.
Okay.
That was
Here we
discussed
go.
earlier. You did not include in your report, exhibit number 253, that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check it against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
Ah,
I did not.
There you go. Boom. Ethan Perry and Eric Smith. So who is Eric Smith? So I can see why people think that that's Evelyn's bio dad. Oh. Oh. Isn't it again?
Maybe seated, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Court is back. It's not. Court isn't back. I've got this on in the background, don't worry. So if court comes back, I'll hear it. If court's back, they've not turned the camera back on. They're at lunch at the moment, for those who don't know what's going on. So who's Eric Smith? So Mr. Scott was right that it might come up during the trial, but it wasn't explained who Eric Smith is.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you about that palm print that was discussed earlier. You did not include in your report exhibit number 253 that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check it against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
No, I did not.
Mm.
You did not. Would you like to see your? But you said it will be compared with.
I said it would be compared with once I would receive known finger impressions or known palm impressions of those two individuals. Yes.
So was it compared?
No, it was not.
Okay. So I guess you're saying it's probably Evelyn, but you're still going to compare it against these men.
If they sent it in, I would, yes.
Just to rule it out.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you say it could be Evelyn? Is it because when somebody, obviously your fingerprints are probably all over everything in your house. Is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes. I mean, some surfaces, again, are better than.
All right. So if Eric Smith is Evelyn's biological father, and is he still in her life? Why would the defense want that palm print to be compared against his? If he's someone who's not related to the case, not somebody who is currently in Megan's life. Why would they want that? Why would that? Or is it just throwing a name out? If it's throwing a name out, it's pretty irresponsible. He looked him up. He's 2 years older than Megan. He did attend the same high school. He put on his FB, Jan 17th, 2018, that he was in a relationship. No mention with whom. So it's very possible. Okay. There was a ginger boy called Eric Smith that killed another little boy. He was arrested for DV in 224, Shelby County, Tennessee. Okay, hold on. Everybody's sleuthing Eric Smith now. Everybody is sleuthing Eric Smith now. The poor boy. Just because a name's been mentioned. All right, Shelby County. Let me look it up. Shelby. Not found. Why? Did I spell it wrong? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Surely I can't spell Shelby wrong. My cousin's dog's called Shelby. I can't spell it wrong. Try again. Ah, why? Your request was not found. Look. That's Sullivan County. And I'm just changing the URL to Shelby. Is Shelby County definitely in Tennessee? Okay. That's weird. See, if you just change the URL to whatever county you want, like Hawkins, it normally works. There you go. Hawkins County comes up. There is a Shelby County in Tennessee. All right. Well, we'll try again. No, it doesn't find it. It doesn't want to find it. That is how you spell Shelby, isn't it? S-H-E-L-B-Y. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. All right. Let's look up Eric Smith on Facebook. There's going to be loads, isn't there? There's going to be loads of Eric Smiths. I would imagine that he's put all his stuff on private by now. Pretty sure Shelby is Memphis. Shelby County is Memphis area. Yeah, but if it's in Tennessee, those are all that link. I have it saved to Sullivan County, but if you just change the URL to the county you want, it gives you the records for that county. As you saw, I was able to change it to Hawkins just by changing the URL to Hawkins rather than Sullivan. Oh, there's like a shit ton here. Here we go. Is this him? Facebook stalking random people now. Is that him? Central High School. Is that the one? The poor bugger. He's probably not him, all right. There's loads of them, though. Look at them all. Bristol, Tennessee. Is this him? Eric Smith. I mean, Smith is a really popular surname. It's the most popular surname in the UK. I don't know about the United States, but it's a very popular surname. Is this the guy, Bristol, Tennessee? Is that the one? Before I click on it and put him on blast. Narrow it down to Kingsport. All right. I'll tell you what. I'll do it in private, and then I'll see if I get one from Kingsport. Well, it actually says his name's in Kingsport, like he's in Kingsport. Oh, okay, we've got this. Oh, we've got more than one. All right, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I've got Erica Smith. So I've got Eric Smith, Kingsport, Sullivan North High School, lives in Riversdale, Georgia. I've got Kingsport, Tennessee, Palmetto Academy of Learning and Success, lives in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And then I've got Eric Smith, lives in Kingsport, works at the Regional Eye Centre, Baylor College of Medicine. And then I've got Eric Smith, auditor at Rugis Inventory Specialists. Third one. all right. Look, I'll show you. Because you which one is he? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's an older guy. And then it's Erica Smith. That's it. That's your options. This one. This poor guy. Auditor. This one. All right. This one. He's on blast. Look. I feel uncomfortable. I feel really uncomfortable with this. I feel really uncomfortable with this. The poor guy. He's not been on his profile since 2021, though. So, oh no, 2023. Changed this. $2019. So that's what he looked like. This guy needs to get this profile off. I don't feel comfortable doing this. I really don't. I don't like Facebook stalking people. There you go. Any relationship. Jan 17, 2018. Right at the time when Evelyn was conceived. Yeah? Yeah, so she was born in November, end of November. So she would have been conceived sometime in February. If she was preemie, maybe March. See, you liked it, yeah. Katie Ball, Eric Smith, Elizabeth, Rebecca, Chris, and Lachey Wright. Wow. Oh dear. I mean, it doesn't prove anything, does it? So that's what he looked like at the end of 2017. So young. I'm single now. Enjoying life while we're here to do it. I wonder whether he knows his name's been mentioned. I don't know. All right. I'm done with the sleuthing now. I'm done with it. So we don't know who Eric Smith is. Is he's the right age group? He would have crossed paths with Megan. He was in a relationship in January 2018. Could he be? Yes. Could he be? Yes. Biodad been named. Well, this is what we're just discussing, Broken Goth Doll. You need to make your own mind up. The eagle-eyed or the eagle-eared people yesterday heard. I mean, I saw it in chat. I thought it was in the break, that it would be mentioned in the break. Obviously, I just zoned out. I must have just zoned out and not realised that it was mentioned in open court. Oh, thank you, A to Z. That's very kind of you. Very kind indeed. Let me just get this on screen here. Thank you so much. I'm obsessed with your coverage. Thanks for being you. Ah, thank you. Very kind. All right. Yeah, I must have just zoned out. But this is what we're debating currently. So it was during cross-examination of the fingerprint guy, David Hoover, and Mr. Scott. So this was during cross-examination. Mr. Scott said, had he not tested the palm prints of Hunter Wood or Eric Smith? I know you all put Eric Smith in the chat, I know. But I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. Zoning out. And I looked at the chat and assumed that all the comments had come from that break. Because it was straight after they came back. Like, this is the point where they come back. And then it's right at the beginning of his cross-examination. So listen to this. And this is for those people who want to consider this. It wasn't stated that he's Evelyn's biological father. It wasn't stated. The name was just thrown out there with no explanation. So you can draw your own conclusion as to whether Eric Smith is Evelyn's biodad or it's just someone else who knows Megan, someone else known to the family, someone connected to Tommy or to somebody else in the family. There was no explanation as to who this guy is. Megan's little brother's name's Elijah. Her older brother is called Tommy Jr. So no, it's not anybody from the Boswells. So I think it's pretty irresponsible of him to say that name, given that we've all been waiting for Evelyn's biological father reveal. And him going on WJHL and saying that the biodad's name will be revealed in open court. So it doesn't... I mean, look, it probably doesn't mean anything to them. They probably don't realise that there's thousands of people who are now going to sleuth the name Eric Smith. But it was a child-sized palm print. It's a child-sized palm print. So it's not even relevant. You know, unless either Hunter Wood or Eric Smith have got unusually small hands, then the chances are that palm print is Evelyn's or a younger member of the Boswells, because we know that Elijah and the other child potentially would have visited Megan. Maybe Eric Smith is really small. Well, I mean, look, it's irresponsible of him to do it without any explanation as to why it would be important to have Eric Smith's DNA. Because look, the jury would question, well, who's Eric Smith? We've not heard any mention of Eric Smith. Who's Eric Smith? And why could it be his palm print? So it's not just us that is confused now. Surely the jury would be. Surely the jury would be confused. Because, you know, we've heard Hunter Wood mentioned, so they know who he is. But who's Eric Smith? So it's pretty strange of him to do that with no explanation. So listen to what he says. Again, I'll play it again. So they've just come back from break, and it's Mr. Scott's cross to David Hoover, which is this dude here, the fingerprint guy. I'd be interested to know how many more witnesses they've got to come. I'll leave it. It's all right. They're coming back.
Everyone stand, please.
Okay, stand for the jury. Muting out.
may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you about that palm print that was discussed earlier. You did not include in your report, exhibit number 253, that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
No, I did not.
You did not. Would you like to see your, but you said it will be compared with.
I said it would be compared with once I would receive known finger impressions or known palm impressions of those two individuals. Yes.
So was it compared?
No, it was not.
Okay. So I guess you're saying it's probably Evelyn, but you're still going to compare it against these men.
If they sent it in, I would, yes.
Just to rule it out.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you say it could be Evelyn? Is it because when somebody, obviously your fingerprints are probably all over everything in your house. Is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes. I mean, some surfaces, again, are better than others.
Sure. Bed sheets don't take fingerprints.
So he just goes on about, the kind of surfaces where you're more likely to get prints off. And Eric Smith, he's not mentioned again, is he? He doesn't explain for the jury who Eric Smith is, does he? Or does he? And I missed that as well. But it's likely, if it's not Evelyn's, then it's probably one of Megan's younger siblings. So I don't know, like clutching at straws. All right, court's not back yet. I'm going to finish reading this from Reddit. So this was before jury instructions. I was talking about Roy Whitehead, who disappeared in May of last year from Sparta in Tennessee, which is right bang in the middle between Knoxville and Nashville. So I was partway through reading this. So Roy, when he was seen on his road, on his own street, Lovejoy Road in Sparta, just outside of Sparta, it's very rural, on May the 3rd. And then May the 5th, he didn't turn up for Sunday service. He was a pastor. So didn't turn up to do the Sunday service. That was unusual. So his friend, Doug, went to his house, went inside his house. Now, I don't know whether the house was left unlocked or whether Doug had a key. I don't know the answer to that. So, seen pulling his truck into his driveway on Lovejoy Road at 3:30 p.m. on May the 3rd. And then he was seen by, I assume, a neighbour, walking down the road in a beige shirt and cowboy boots about 4 o'clock. And after that, no one saw him. There's no trace. All right, so that's where I was up to. Now, this is a Reddit post it does have sources. So I'm going to assume that this Reddit post is accurate. I haven't checked all the sources though, so just let you. I only started looking into this case this morning. So volunteers and first responders began a search that eventually expanded to cover more than 2,000 acres and lasted more than a week. The searchers also used dogs and helicopters to assist in the search. No trace of any kind was ever found. Several local news reports made the comment that Mr. Whitehead just seemed to disappear into thin air. A local message board contained a post that the dogs did acquire a scent trail. Oh God, not more conflicting statements about dog trails. Oh my, not another case. Not another case where did the dogs get a scent or didn't they? We've been talking about that for the last almost a year in Sebastian Rogers' case. So this one, I don't know whether to believe it or not. But anyway, a local message board contained a post that the dogs did acquire a scent that ended at the top of a high bluff in the area. However, there was no evidence that Mr. Whitehead fell or jumped from the bluff, and the dogs were unable to acquire a scent trail at the bottom. Now, bear in mind that Roy Whitehead was missing for 2 days before anybody even knew that he was missing. So last seen around 4 p.m. on the Friday, and then didn't turn up on the Sunday for Sunday service. So he was missing 2 days before anybody even knew. So it could have been several days by the time the dogs got to that area. Just saying. Don't know if it's relevant or not. Just saying. Officials are confident that Mr. Whitehead did not commit suicide, as there is no evidence of depression or other difficulties. Look, depression isn't always known or noticed, but okay. Plus the fact that decaying bodies, even in the most remote areas, attract vultures and can be seen circling from miles away. Yet only if people are looking, though. I mean, if you see vultures, we don't have vultures in this country. We've got buzzards, though. So if you see birds circling, like in the distance, do you automatically assume, oh, they're circling a dead body? You don't, do you? So I don't think that's that reliable. You know, because, okay, the searchers, the local law enforcement would have known that this guy's missing, but what about everyone else? This is a very rural area. Not everybody would know to be looking for in the sky for vultures. So you're only going to see them circling if you're actually looking for it. So I don't think that is a good enough explanation as to why Roy Whitehead didn't commit suicide. Not saying he did, not saying I think he did. Because he's a 64-year-old guy, right? I think it's more likely if he went for a walk that he had a medical emergency. At 64, you know, as you age, you're more likely to get heart attacks, strokes, those kind of things. I don't know anything about his medical history. Don't even know whether he went out walking. He was seen on his street, walking down the road. Is that usual? Does he go for a stroll of an evening? Is that what he does? If he does, then it's actually very likely that he's died somewhere. So, all right, Roy's brother, Lynn Whitehead, who lives in Alabama, said it was very unusual for Roy to go anywhere without his cell phone. Well, how does he know? If he lives in Alabama, he's not seeing Roy on a daily basis, is he? But it is strange that his phone was there in the house on charge. So if he's gone out to commit suicide, why would he put his phone on charge? So I don't honestly think there's any evidence he committed suicide. I think it's more likely he went out, had a medical emergency or something of that kind and died. He's 64 years old. He's not in the, you know, it's not that he's going to be abducted and sold into trafficking at the age of 64. I doubt it anyway. Could it be that somebody, you know, he had an enemy that no one knew about? Because this guy was the guy very well thought of in the local community. Everybody knew him. Is it possible he had an enemy? Yes, of course it is. But what's more likely than anything else, given his age, in my opinion, is a medical emergency. But not with his phone. Therefore, he can't call anyone for help, can he? So, okay. Very unusual for Roy to go out without his cell phone. Maybe he didn't take his phone because his phone needed charging. So maybe usually he didn't go out without his phone, but it needed charging. So he thought, oh, I'll just stick my phone on charge while I go out, and then it'll be charged by the time I get back. Who benefited from his death? I don't know. Again, I only started looking at this case this morning. I knew the name, but I've only actually started looking at it this morning and realised how vexing it is, how strange it is, what a puzzle it is. Okay. Lynn White had also reported that a week prior to his brother's disappearance, Roy mentioned to him he was out of shape and was going to start walking again. There we go. So he's out of shape, he started an exercise program, and his body's not handled it. Lynn surmises that Friday when Roy got home, his phone was almost dead, so he put it on charge, went for a walk. Lynn Whitehead travelled to the Rosset and joined in the search for his brother. There you go. That's what I think's happened as well. He started walking, his body's out of shape, he's probably tried to climb up somewhere, he's gone too far, he's had a medical emergency. Phone was dead, didn't take his phone. But where is he? I mean, how far could he have walked? The question is, once he was off Lovejoy Road, which direction did he go in? Since his disappearance, the White County Sheriff's Office has searched many different properties throughout White County and scanned hours of surveillance footage, but there has been no sign of Mr. Whitehead. Friends, concerned residents, reporters, and even former White County High School basketball players who were coached by Roy Whitehead more than 2 decades ago gathered at the White County High School gym on September 17th to hear and share updates about the search for Mr. Whitehead. A private investigator has also become involved in the search, so we watched a little interview with him. Well, it was on Fox copyright claims. So if you're watching this on a replay and you haven't seen any, only short like 3-4 minute clips from Fox, it's because I've had to remove them, like post this being, played, because they've copyright claimed me. White County Sheriff Steve Page says the case is baffling, considers Roy Whitehead a friend, and says that he will never stop looking for him. Sheriff Page says the case is badly in need of new leads. At the time of his disappearance, Mr. Whitehead was 64, white male, brown hair and eyes, about 5'11", and weighed 175 pounds. So not massively overweight, but maybe felt out of shape. Maybe. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm going to look into that more. I'm going to look into that case more, and I'll do a separate video on it so that, people who are fast forwarding through all the breaks, and I don't blame you if you are, haven't seen this information. So I'll do a separate video. All right, we're going to wait for court to come back. So it's 1:10 their time. So they should be back any time now, shouldn't they? Yeah, I mean, look, if somebody's got life insurance and, somebody's done away with him for the life insurance, making someone disappear isn't the way to do it, because they're not going to pay out on life insurance before either the person's found and they're dead, or they're legally declared dead at some point in the future. But you generally have to wait years before someone can be legally declared dead. I think it may be 7 years in this country. Don't know about Tennessee though, and I might even be wrong about the 7 years. So certainly, if you're wanting life insurance money, it's you're gonna have to wait a few years. You know, so you wouldn't make them disappear. If you wanted the life insurance and you wanted to murder them for your life insurance, you'd need the body. You'd need the body and then make it look like an accident or a natural causes type thing. 7 years in the UK. So if you're prepared to wait 7 years, then maybe, but even then, you're not necessarily going to be allowed to declare them dead, even after 7 years. Here it would be down to a coroner, and they'll look at, like, you know, the available evidence. The pastor last said he was going to look at a piece of property. There you go. They might have been using his newfound, you know, need to be healthy and thought, won't take my car. I'll go and look at this property, but I'll walk there. So what direction was the property at? Because obviously, if he's off to look at a piece of property, he's gone in that direction. So where was the property? And if it's like, let's say, a couple of miles by road, maybe he took a shortcut. Or just got picked up by somebody. But this is the thing, who would murder him? So did he have any enemies? Are there stuff in his life that nobody knows about? You know, was there a darker side to his life? If so, then potentially someone's taken him out. I think it's more likely that he's had a medical emergency. And because he didn't have his phone with him, he's not been able to get any help and he's died. Did someone take him to the property? Don't know. I don't know any more than what I've presented to you because I only started looking at this case this morning. I found some, you know, news pieces. Found an interview. There's an interview with his brother as well that I haven't played, but there is an interview with his brother. There's an interview with the PI, which I've played earlier, which you may not have seen. Again, if you're on the replay, you may not have seen that because I may have had to edit it out if they copyright claim me. Fox do that sometimes. They don't always, but sometimes they do. Was it last summer? Yeah, it was May. So it was last seen May the 3rd. So spring, late spring. Last seen May the 3rd, about 4 p.m. on Lovejoy Road. So that's the road he lives on. Walking down the road in a beige shirt and cowboy boots. And then his friend sounded the alarm on Sunday when Roy didn't turn up for the Sunday service at the church that he was the pastor at. So it's kind of important that the pastor turns up. So everybody knew that he'd not turned up, and his friend went to his house and got that concerned that his phone was there, it was on charge, and Roy was nowhere to be seen, and he called 911. So in the days after that, that's when they did that search. They searched for a week, covered 2,000 acres, and didn't find him. So I don't know what's being done about it. You know, I don't know whether the searches are ongoing. I don't know whether there's any local search parties. We know that there's a PI that's being employed by Roy's family, but other than that, I don't know what else is being done. What does everyone think of the skeleton found in Tennessee? Oh, here we go. We are back. All right, guys. I'll have a look at the skeleton in Tennessee while this is going on. And if there's another break, we'll talk about it. So has that been found today? Crochet crime. Has that been found? Is that today or this week? I'll have a look. I'll have a look. All right. I'm going to mute out. I'll do some sleuthing on the skeleton in Tennessee. And I'll take my banner off as well. Right. Yeah, so court is back. They're currently, doesn't look like, oh yeah, the judge is back. So the jury have just been on lunch. So now we are going to hear closing arguments.
Yes, sir. Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
If the jury's ready, let's bring them in. Now I am going to say, hey Kyle, hold on. Okay. Sorry. We put this down here so y'all can hear me. Can everybody hear me? If there is any outbursts at any time during the state's closing, the defendant's closing, the state's rebuttal, I'll clear the whole courtroom. All right? Now we can. You've got exhibits 135 and 93 separated, right? 93 also. Okay.
I need exhibit number 183. It's a video.
It's bad when it's one of the security officers. Huh?
My blood sugar alone.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, General, you may.
I'm going to leave this up if that's okay, Your Honor.
Right.
Thank you. So we've finally reached the point in trial for closing arguments. And what this essentially means is it's an opportunity for the state of Tennessee to go through, talk about the evidence a little bit, reflect on some of the witnesses, because it's been a pretty long, almost 2 weeks. The state will go first, then one of the defense attorneys will have an opportunity to go, then the state will go again. And Matt, I'll talk a little more about that in a second, but that's because the state carries the burden of proof. So I think each of you should have a jury instruction pamphlet in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you flip to page number 6, it covers the burden of proof. And it seems like it's a common misnomer for the burden of proof to appear to be higher than it actually is for the state of Tennessee. And don't get me wrong, it is a high burden, and we gladly carry that burden every step of the way. But when you read about reasonable doubt, and that, of course, the burden never shifts to the defense. The burden is always on the state of Tennessee. It is a burden. It's not absolute certainty. It does not require you to say, I don't know 100% what happened. That is not what is required by the law. It is not absolute certainty. It's essentially, can you go to bed and let your mind rest easy? Can you, actually, I'm going to do one other thing real quick. What I'm asking you to do is essentially use your own common sense. That's one of the most important things. Okay. And I'm going to give an example of what I mean by this, if I can. It's like Wheel of Fortune, okay? My handwriting's not the best though. But you get the idea here. It's like Wheel of Fortune. When you see a contestant on Wheel of Fortune and they know the answer to the phrase or the statement, they don't have all the letters when they see that phrase, but they know what the answer is. And if the state has done that, we have met our burden. And it's important to note that it's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not absolute certainty. That is not what is required by the law, by the state of Tennessee. So that brings me to some of the arguments that Mr. Scott has made through this trial. And might be on that same page. Probably should have written it. Here it is, page 5. In your instructions, in the second paragraph, it states, statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. And I beg you to remember that. When Mr. Scott gets back up and makes his arguments, remember that. The things that come out of his mouth and that came out of his mouth during trial, that is not the evidence. He tried to get you to speculate on so many things during this trial. He wanted to throw out strange theories with aluminum foil. He wanted to throw out a term that doesn't even matter anymore, SIDS. That came from his mouth, not either of the doctors, but from Mr. Scott. He's asking you to speculate. That is not evidence. I beg you to only think about the items that were put into evidence, the photographs, the recordings, and what came from the witness stand. Do not let them sway you from what actually happened in this case. He kept mentioning cadaver dogs. He wanted you to think about that. But if you remember the cadaver dogs, Tommy Boswell, on his property, what did we hear him say? The cadaver dogs didn't even go up there by the playhouse. He wants you to believe maybe the body wasn't there at that time. He's trying to throw you off, but he didn't show anything. There's no proof. There's no evidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you once again, and it's in here in these instructions, that the defendant has no burden to prove anything during this trial. The burden is wholly on the state of Tennessee. Okay? Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. And I believe I said that. The state, we gladly carry this burden. But again, what comes out of Mr. Scott's mouth is not evidence. You heard nothing from the witness stand about cadaver dogs. There's no piece of evidence about cadaver dogs. And Mr. Scott said in his opening statement, humans make mistakes. Do you remember that? Dogs also commit mistakes. And if you remember, Agent Fraley and Agent Gratz, both with the TBI, what did they say? They didn't smell anything in that playhouse until they lifted the black bag, and immediately the smell of decomposition hit them. I submit to you, cadaver dogs, what do they work off of? The smell of decomposition. Don't let that fool you. Mr. Scott also talked a lot about Hunter Wood. We heard a lot about Mr. Wood in this trial. Again, did we hear any witness from the witness stand that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood? There wasn't a witness that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood. And if you remember the text messages that we saw yesterday from essentially Hunter's own mouth, it's pretty clear that he's yet another victim of Megan Boswell. She was feeding him the same lines that she was feeding every other person in this case. Mr. Scott brought up the theory of an accident, or the word SIDS. Well, you heard Dr. Malushnik say that in the past 10 years in the state of Tennessee, a child 12 months or older has not passed away from SIDS or sudden unexplained death. Those are statistics from the state of Tennessee. But somehow Mr. Scott wants you to believe that somehow that's how this baby died, even though she has foil wrapped around her head, a blanket wrapped around that, inside a trash bag, upside down in a trash can. Let's go through our timeline just for a minute. What do we know? We know that Evelyn was okay until November of 2019. We know that Evelyn was seen at Thanksgiving by family. And then Megan Boswell started a new job at the Chicken Shack. What do we know after that? Megan Boswell meets Hunter Wood. And we know that Sue Whitson is probably the last person to ever see Evelyn alive again. You remember the picture that Sue took? This is very likely the very last picture of Evelyn Boswell alive. Not taken by Megan Boswell, but taken by the babysitter. Sue Whitson testified that the last time she babysat was the end of November, early December, which just so happened to coincide with when Megan Boswell met Hunter Wood, a guy that she was hoping might change her life. But Evelyn was in the way. What did we hear? Do you remember Megan's friend, Maddie Broom? We heard a little bit about her. Her brother, Stephen Lawrence, tried to help Megan. She drove her to a few of the interviews. And if you remember, Megan was apartment shopping on December 8th. And on that date, Evelyn was not with her. And so Stephen asked her later, after it's been reported that Evelyn's missing, he says, was Evelyn gone by then? And what did Megan say? Yes, Evelyn was gone by then. So that takes our window from December 3rd, essentially when Megan Boswell started working at the chicken shack to December 8th. Evelyn Boswell's 12-month well visit. Do you remember that? Scheduled for December 5th. Megan doesn't call and cancel. She just no-shows. And Casey Saltz, the receptionist there, had to reach out and ask Megan, and Megan gave some excuse. I can't remember what it was, as to why she couldn't bring her. So they rescheduled for the next day. Did Megan show up with Evelyn the next day? No, she didn't. I submit to you, that's because Evelyn was already gone at that point. Casey texts Megan again, and Megan has yet another excuse. The appointment's rescheduled one more time for December 11th, and conveniently, Megan then says, oh, I've decided to change pediatricians. And as we can all imagine, when you change pediatricians, we all know that children have vaccine records and all of the things that come with being, especially that first 12 months of life. They've got a lot of appointments and a lot of vaccinations. So it'd be really, really important to transfer that information to the new pediatrician. Did Megan Boswell do that? No, she didn't. They never got a request from another pediatrician. That was just another line that Megan Boswell told to start trying, I say trying, to cover her tracks. We also know that on December 7th, you saw a text message yesterday from a girl named Haley Marie, and that is the very first time that Megan tells the story her dad has her. December 7th. Keep in mind, Sue Whitson saw Evelyn alive for the last time, and then Megan just stopped showing up. And then by December 7th, she's concocted her plan. And it really explains why so much time goes by. Because I know that's a question we have all had. 2.5 months goes by. 2.5 months. But now we know. We know why. Because Megan Boswell was telling every single person in her family and her closest friends that Evelyn was with her father. So what does a rational person think? Okay, we're glad. I think Tommy even said that from the stand. I was proud of him for stepping up. I was proud of him for stepping up and taking responsibility. But, you know, time continues to pass, and you've heard witnesses, in particularly Bailey and Audrey, Megan's closest friends. They were all starting to talk and to think, like, something doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. But no one could have known how wrong this was at the time. February 2020, finally, Tommy Boswell says, I've had enough. I want to see my granddaughter. Show her to me by tomorrow, or I'm reporting it to DCS. Well, Megan couldn't do that. Megan knew she couldn't do that because she knew where Evelyn was. We all know where Evelyn was. And so Megan did not produce Evelyn that day. And Tommy finally gets the ball rolling on trying to find this little girl. And they first show up at Hunter Wood's house on the lake in a nice neighborhood. And Megan Boswell's there. But there's no baby. There's no Evelyn. And you remember, the only thing Megan, you remember James Lewis from DCS, the only thing Megan was really able to show was this box from Hunter's bedroom. And you remember what Megan called that box? A memory box. Now, why would you call something a memory box if you are alleging that your child is still alive? This is all Megan Boswell had of Evelyn in that house that she was trying to show DCS that Evelyn was living in. She couldn't show him diapers. She couldn't show him a pack and play. She showed him one outfit that she held up on a hanger, not an outfit that Evelyn had ever worn. There was no evidence that a child had ever been in that house. Now, I'm going to touch on something briefly. If you remember Paul Durant yesterday, going back and trying to just give you a little bit of a timeline, If you remember, he talked about Ethan Perry in the military because Megan Boswell led him to believe that he was the father, even though he had his doubts. She convinced him that he was the father of Evelyn. We know he was not the father. We know that. And he said she was sharing photos daily, constantly sharing photos. Until what day? Do you remember the date? December 3rd. On December 3rd, Megan Boswell stopped sharing photographs of Evelyn. And she continues to send pictures, but if you remember, Agent Durant he's a smart guy. And so he was able to check her full Facebook extraction. And so she continued to send pictures to Ethan, but they weren't recent pictures. It was just another way that she could try to keep this facade going just as long as she could. Mr. Scott wants you to believe that Megan Boswell had a rough life. She was in foster care. But Megan Boswell was in foster care because of Megan Boswell, because she would not go to school. She went to foster care because she was truant. And when she left foster care, she went and lived with her dad. And of course, Evelyn was a baby at this point. I think the testimony was from February to March of 2019. And then her dad said, I'm going to get her a trailer, set her up. He bought her a brand new car, buys her a trailer. He's giving her everything she needs to raise this child. And she goes and lives with her mommy, her grandmother, from April until October of 2019. And then finally into the trailer from October to December. I think it's fair to say that she did not live in that trailer with Evelyn for very long. But in that short period of time, this is what she was able to do to that trailer. Can we look at that for a second? That's what she had her child living in. If that's not neglect, she does this in 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to look at these pictures when you go back in the jury room. That, in 2 months, is what the defendant was able to do to the home her dad provided for her and her child. And within 2 months, Evelyn was dead. And I stated there are, maybe it's just my opinion, there are a lot of victims in this case. Bailey Hawkins, her very best friend. Did you see how difficult it was for Bailey to testify? To look at someone that she trusted, that she loved. Audrey Gibbs, same thing. They are also victims of Megan Boswell. And they will also suffer for the rest of their lives because of what Megan Boswell, the web that she created for them all to get caught in. Erica Stacy, who cared about Megan and Evelyn so much, is a victim. Gail Kite, the foster mother, she's a victim. Ethan Perry, who's serving his country, doing absolutely nothing other than his job, gets pulled up into Megan Boswell's web because Megan Boswell is only worried about Megan Boswell. And I'll submit to you that Hunter Wood, the person that they would like to blame somehow, is also a victim of Megan Boswell. She starts with first blaming Ethan Perry. She does that for a few days. And when she quickly realizes, gosh, law enforcement can figure out that I'm not telling the truth here, I guess I better tell something different. Then she goes to her mom. She blames her mom, her own mother. She's willing to blame all the time knowing. I mean, we know, let's find the picture. We know where Evelyn was. You see Evelyn? That's where Evelyn was. There she is. Evelyn Boswell sat there in that trash can for 2.5 months. And her mom discarded her, not just Evelyn, but everything that was associated with Evelyn. Everything. Because she didn't need it anymore. Everything. She didn't need that stroller anymore, so she left it behind. She didn't need the clothing. Do you remember all the pictures that came in and all that stuff that was in that shed? Because she didn't need it anymore, because she knew where Evelyn was. The defense wants you to believe that Hunter Wood is the one that backed Megan's car up to that shed in the middle of the day. In the middle of the day, Hunter's just going to go over there. He has a truck. The testimony was that Hunter had a big truck. Now, why in the world, if he had a truck? I mean, this clearly took more than one trip. I guarantee you. Look at all this stuff. They want you to believe that Hunter Wood backed Megan Boswell's car up to that shed that day. Tommy came home. It was in the middle of the day. Where's the diagram? Do you remember the diagram of the scene? Look at this diagram. They somehow want you to believe that Hunter Wood pulls up this driveway and comes to this shed right here, right in front of Omani's house. Tommy's house up on the hill in the middle of the day. Is that reasonable? What is reasonable? How about that Megan Boswell is the one who drove her own vehicle, the vehicle her dad bought for her, up to that shed, because Megan Boswell is the one who had a key fob. Remember, there's a gate there that only opens with a key fob. That's the only way a car is coming through that driveway. And Megan Boswell lived there. You just heard that she lived at her dad's house and at Omani's house. And so they're not going to be surprised if Megan Boswell is on the property. She's the one who dumped Evelyn's property there. She's the one who took the trash can there. Not Hunter, not anyone else. It's Megan Boswell. Do you remember there was more than one text message? And of course, keep in mind, the whole time these text messages are coming through, that's where Evelyn is, okay? Just think about that for a second. I'm not going to take the time to go through these because you can do that. You can take all of this back with you into the jury room. I encourage you to go back and read all of these text messages and remember the dates that we've talked about. But while Evelyn Boswell is sitting in this trash can and people are asking Megan, how's Evelyn? What does Megan say more than once? Mean as fuck. First of all, she's a 12-month-old child. And every other witness said that she was a lovely child to be around. And it's not a very nice statement to begin with, but it's definitely not a very nice statement when your kid is shoved down into a trash can upside down. And you know that. Agent Fraley was on the stand, and you heard Megan Boswell admit that she knew Evelyn was dead. She was telling all of those stories to law enforcement. And she told more than one person, Evelyn's mean as fuck. And when Agent Grass asked her about it, she goes, "What's your point? What's your point?" And that's an interview with Agent Grass that you can also go back and watch if you'd like to do that. So we saw the defendant enjoyed crying during this trial because she has an audience and she really enjoys that. But did we see her crying any other time? Did we see her crying from the witnesses on the witness stand and what they told us about her? Did we see her crying in the evidence that came in? No, Megan wasn't crying. Do you think she was crying when she filled out this apartment application with Hunter Wood, where they list 3 occupants are going to live in the apartment? And at first glance, we're like, oh, Megan, Hunter, and Evelyn. But that's not what the defendant told David Gratz. Do you remember what she told him? She said the 3rd occupant is the baby she's pregnant with, because Hunter doesn't want Evelyn to live with him. Of course, we could also look at the date on that application, January 4th of 2020. And we also know another reason that Evelyn would not be living with them. Was Megan crying here? In 2020, when she posts on Instagram, so excited for our new home. Think Megan was crying when she posted that? To me, it looks like maybe Megan's just moving on with her life, as if Evelyn never even existed. What about here? Also posted in 2020. Keep in mind, Evelyn's still upside down in a trash can because Megan's not told anyone where she is. She's still spinning her lies. You think she sat here when she's picking out furniture for their new house? But she's sad today? She has the gall to sit here and cry today and pretend she can't look at the pictures of what she did to her child? What about this one? Proud of my baby. New 2020 High Country. Was she sad then? What about in December? Weeks after Evelyn has been brutally murdered. What is Megan Boswell doing? Does she look, maybe we should zoom in. Does she look sad here? Maybe she is. Sure doesn't look like it. Her kid's upside down in a trash can. She's going to the aquarium with her new boyfriend. What about here? She doesn't look very sad to me. Hiking in Blowing Rock in 2020. No Evelyn. Evelyn's missing, still missing at this time. There's Megan hiking with her new boyfriend, moving on with her life. Not crying. Maybe Megan Boswell didn't have an end game. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she hoped that Evelyn would never be found. But she had to know at some point these stories were going to catch up with her. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm asking you today, 5 years later, February 2025, to show Megan Boswell that her stories have caught up with her. The evidence shows the defendant. This person is the only person responsible for her child being dead. You heard it straight from Dr. Malushnik. Evelyn shouldn't be dead. Evelyn should not be dead. I believe the defense brought up SIDS, reflux, rollover. I believe they even brought up a tongue tie as being a possible cause of death for Evelyn. How does that result? Any of those things? You know, he said in the beginning, the state can't even prove how she died. Are you kidding me? How does that end up with a baby in a trash can? The DNA. Let's talk about the DNA for a second. You've got the gloves that are in the trash can. And the defense somehow wants you to believe that gloves will keep fingerprints from happening. And then I guess whoever did that then took the gloves off, cut them up because they're cut up in small pieces and you can look at them when you get back there, and then dispose of them in the same trash can that the baby's in. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And funny enough, guess what is there? Is DNA that matches Megan Boswell, that matches Evelyn. Go back through the testimony. There's not one piece of DNA, not one, that shows anyone, not Hunter Wood, not anyone else other than Megan Boswell is associated with that trash can, the evidence in the trash bags. And you heard Marla Gray, the DNA expert, talk about the mixture of DNA on some pillows that were found in the shed. And you also heard her say that could even be from the person who made them in the factory, or it could be from the person who touched the pillow at Walmart when they were trying to decide if they were going to buy it. It wasn't even enough DNA to test. So don't be led to believe that because of that, there's some unknown stranger who did these things. Look at the evidence. Look at the evidence that's in front of you. We have evidence. We have shown you the evidence. Don't think about the speculation. Don't think about the what ifs. Look at the evidence. Some really, really good. If I could, can I see the trash can for just a second, please? Thank you. Whose fingerprints were on the trash can? Do you remember what Agent Hoover said from the TBI yesterday? Of course, he's removed the rim. He talked about how it's smooth under the rim. If you're going to carry a trash can, how do you pick it up to carry it under the rim? Whose fingerprints were under that rim? Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell's fingerprints were under that rim. If we look at Exhibit 17, can you see the black trash bag there? Whose fingerprints are on that trash bag? Megan Boswell's fingerprints. And you heard Dr. Malushnik say, and I think you can see for yourself, that trash bag's not just gently placed down into the trash can. It has been forcefully, and it's a hard image. It's a very difficult image to think about. But that's the evidence that we've been left with, that black trash bag was placed on top of Evelyn in the white trash bag, and it was forcefully pushed down. Compressed, I think, is a word that was used during the trial. And that's how Megan Boswell's fingerprints ended up on that black trash bag. Even more damning than that is the fact that Megan Boswell's fingerprints are on the foil wrapped around Evelyn's head. I would love to know a different explanation for how Megan Boswell's fingerprints got on that foil, on that trash can, on the black trash bag, except for the fact that she murdered her baby. She put her in that trash can with food trash and debris, covered her body, essentially mummified her, and tossed her away, literally, with the trash. Mr. Scott would like for you to think that the doctor's testimony, just that they shouldn't be able to just decide things in a vacuum. He kept mentioning, well, what if the child's dead on a table? And I think we all know that is not how doctors operate. Doctors operate off of medical histories and any information they can get. And that's what both doctors did in this case. They took everything, her birth records, her pediatric records, the scene itself, before they came to their conclusion. They don't operate in a vacuum. I think those were the words that Dr. Malushnik used, is they do not operate in a vacuum. And they determined what? Both doctors agree that this was a violent homicide, and that Evelyn Boswell died from some sort of asphyxiation. So, suffocation, I guess, is the easiest way to say it. So if it was not for, say, the position of her body upside down in the trash can, that could have killed her. We'll say it wasn't that. Then maybe it was the blanket that was pulled up over. Remember that? How it was tightly pulled up over her face. That could have been what it was. Or it could have been upside down in the trash can. Could have also been the trash bag that she was placed inside of, where she was unable to breathe. Could have been the foil that was wrapped around her head. Could have been the trash can itself. If you remember, the doctor testified that her face was compressed up against the side of the trash can. And her body was in a reverse S curve to where her head was so far bent back into a reverse S because of how the defendant compressed her body down into the trash can. Forcefully compressed her body down into the trash can. Her head and neck were wrapped so tightly with foil that even when they removed the foil, you could still see the impression of the foil on her face. You could still see the trash can form still to her face. Quickly, I'm going to ask you to go to your verdict form page. And it's going to be probably at the very end of your packet. Page 50 is where it starts. So these verdict forms, I'm going to show you one example. Okay. So you'll see here, this is just for count one, and I'm just giving it as an example. We, the jury, find the defendant and mark the appropriate box. So if you go back in the jury room and you agree as a whole that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you do not need to consider anything below that. Those are what we call lesser included offenses, and we're required by law to put those on the verdict form for you to consider. But if you unanimously agree that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you can check that box and move on. You are not required to go through every single one of those if you believe that she is guilty of what she's charged with in that count. And if you go through these, you will see that each count of the indictment is similar. There are lesser included offenses for each one of these. Again, I will ask you that if you can unanimously agree, you do not need to go any further on that verdict form. The state has to prove several elements for each charge, and those are also in your packet. Count one is premeditated first-degree murder, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim, that the defendant acted intentionally, and that the killing was premeditated. The next page defines premeditation for you as an act that was done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. It means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. So that means essentially if when Megan Boswell wrapped Evelyn in the blanket, and you think, well, maybe she didn't have premeditation then. She could have formed premeditation in the time where she applied the foil, or premeditation in the time that she put her in that trash bag, or premeditation in the time that she pushed the next trash bag on top of her body. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, there is nothing about this case that is not premeditated. Count two and count three are what we call felony murder in the state of Tennessee. That's where we allege that a murder happened during a certain felony. And these felonies are aggravated child abuse and aggravated child neglect. Again, those go hand in hand with premeditated first-degree murder. We submit to you that not only did the defendant abuse the child, but that she neglected the child. And one of the perfect examples is how she left her in the trash can. That's neglect. Leaving her in the trash can, that's abuse. And it resulted in her death, which is felony murder. And we have to prove that the child is under the age of 8. There are many counts of false report. Page 29, I think, is where it starts. And it's counts, I believe, 7 through 17. The state must prove that the statement was made by the defendant, that it was made in response to a legitimate inquiry by law enforcement, and that it concerned a material fact about the incident within the officer's concern. And if you remember, the defendant herself admits more than once that what she told the police was not true. So I submit that the state has proven each of those counts. Count 19, abuse of a corpse, page 30. The state must prove that the defendant mistreated a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, that she acted without legal privilege and acted knowingly. And I think that count speaks for itself, along with count 20, which is failure to report a death. A lot about this case really has been more about Megan Boswell than about this child, Evelyn. But Evelyn mattered. She deserved to grow up. She deserved that, but her mom took that away from her. And there's no evidence that anyone else was involved. I think you can see this was a pretty good investigation. It was very thorough, and the evidence continued to point in only one direction. The evidence only pointed at one person, Megan Boswell. She failed her daughter. She had the chance to keep her safe, to protect her, to give her to someone else if she couldn't handle her. You heard from the witnessing, there were people that she could have given Evelyn to that would have given her a beautiful life. But instead, she violently murdered her daughter. She told story after story after story for 2.5 months. And maybe the worst part is that she just went on with her life as if Evelyn had never even existed. But Evelyn did exist. Evelyn is a real person. And Megan Boswell should not be able to go on as if Evelyn did not exist. There are things we will never know about what happened. None of us will ever know everything. I think it's fair to say that we do know that Evelyn was in the way. She was in the way of Megan Boswell living the life that she thought she deserved, that she wanted to live. So Megan removed her. It's as simple as that. So today, 5 years later, almost 5 years to the day that Evelyn was reported missing, we are going to ask that you hold Megan Boswell accountable for what she did for her child. I submit to you the state has proven every count and every element of every count beyond a reasonable doubt. And we are going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty.
Thank you, General. Mr. Scott, you may close.
Good afternoon. I appreciate y'all's time. Appreciate you being here. Although I know you may not be here by your own free will, but I still appreciate it. This is a hard case. There's a lot of emotion in this case, and Amber Massengill is very good at giving an emotional closing and wanting you to play on your emotions. Jury instructions will tell you that this case is not about your emotions. It's not about sympathy. It's not about anything else. It's about proof and what's in the evidence. That's what this case is about. This case is more about what Megan Boswell didn't do than what she did do. Now, I'll go back through the witnesses here with you in a minute. But the state seems to be putting forth the theory that you should convict her of first-degree murder because she didn't grieve appropriately. She had fun after her child died. Now, is it far-fetched to believe that the child died in the first part of December, like she says? No, that seems to be the point where you see Megan's personality start to change. But I would suggest to you that that change occurs when the child dies. You start to hear various friends come in and they talk. I can name them for you. Let's talk about Cassie Saltz. She worked at Megan's pediatrician. And she was also technically would have been Megan's foster sister, I guess. She was the daughter of Megan's foster mother. And she talked about Megan being a good mother. She acknowledged that. She witnessed that. Megan brought her to the doctor. You have an exhibit in the records. It's item 67. It came in through the pediatrician. Read that page for page. It demonstrates that Megan was a good mother to Evelyn. She took her to the doctor for well checks. She took her to the doctor when she was sick. She got medicine for her. She did what she should do. And then she misses that appointment in December. And that's when this starts. And I would submit to you, when all of this really starts, the child is dead. Now, we hear from other witnesses. We hear from Paul Miller. That is Ethan Perry's grandfather. He had no reason to believe that she wasn't a good mother. Seemed like she liked being a mom. Saw no signs of abuse or neglect. We heard from Audrey Gibbs. She'd been with Megan almost every day up until she moved to Knoxville in 2019. She describes Megan as a good mom. There were a few things. There was once where she had thought her diaper needed to be changed. Once where they neglected to buckle the car seat. But those are mistakes. That's not child neglect. That's not child abuse. Those are mistakes. Audrey talks about Megan coming to Knoxville at the end of December sometime, and by that point she acts disassociated. She's not normal. She's saying "I love you" over and over again to her. So again, maybe she's not grieving right. Bailey Hawkins stayed at the Econo Lodge with Megan. Megan just went to sleep, despite Bailey thought they might do things, they might talk or whatever they might do. But she just went to sleep. Again, I would suggest to you she's disassociated. Bailey saw no signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. Mr. Horn questioned her. She described Evelyn as the one consistent love that Megan had. And Megan is a girl who comes from a world of fractured relationships. And Miss Massengill wants to downplay Megan's home life. Matt Price did. There's a video in there. He talks about it. He talks about, I mean no disrespect, but I know that Boswell family. I'm aware of them. I know how you come up. Your mom and daddy using drugs. I mean, you want to talk about home life? Watch the video with Agent Fraley. Her mom was let in there in stripes, a jail uniform. What kind of home life was that? Then we get to Caitlin Jones Carter, whom you can make what you want of her testimony. Her body language tells me she's no longer Megan's friend. However, she described, aside from the one day when she saw Evelyn as dirty, Megan had been a good mother. No signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. She said she saw Evelyn sometime in December. She tried to tie it to her school, but she really couldn't give us a specific date. So I think the best you can say is that it's sometime in December. Gail Kite. Let's talk about her. Megan's foster mom. She gets Megan when Megan comes into her foster care. Megan's 7 months pregnant. She's 17 years old. Gail describes her as looking like she's not pregnant, as being underweight. We know from the medical records and the testimony that come in from Dr. Smith, Megan suffered from intrauterine growth restriction at that time. We've heard that. So that's the shape she's in. But Gail talks about how she gets her in good shape. She has the baby. She's a loving mother. She takes care of the baby. Gail never saw abuse, never saw neglect, never had any doubts about Megan. Erica Stacy, and that's the mother of Megan's ex-boyfriend, and I think his name was, can't remember his name obviously, but it's the mother of his ex-boyfriend. She described Megan as a good mother. Evelyn was always clean. And I'll point something out to you. The state wants you to believe that Megan just meets Hunter Wood and throws this child away for him. She didn't do that for, I think it's Caleb Stacy. She didn't do that for Caleb. There were other boyfriends. Now there's talk about, a lot of talk about Ethan Perry thinking he was the father. Well, the proof you've actually seen is they go about as Ethan is the father. And there's been no proof that Megan knew that he wasn't the father at that point. I'm not trying to, I mean, it just happens that sometimes people may think one person's the father and they're not. But calling him out of anything or anything else. Like, it's not like this didn't start early on that she thought Ethan was the father. She obviously thought a lot of Ethan. She drove to Texas, took Evelyn to see him. Now, he did say one thing that kind of struck me a little odd. He acted as though she just showed up in Texas. I suspect, and he finally admitted on cross-examination, that he told her where he was in Texas. You just don't hop in the car and drive to Texas and say, I'll drive around El Paso till I see his car in the parking lot, pull in. That's not what happened. I think he kind of wanted you to think that, but that's not what happened. Let's talk about Randy Wood. Randy Wood is the father of Hunter Wood. The state called him. The state is the one who elicited the information about Hunter Wood being hospitalized. That's the first you hear of him being hospitalized. It's the state. Now, Ms. Massengill wants you to think I have some grand conspiracy theory. I don't. I do have a statement from Megan Boswell when she talks to Agent Fraley about what happened in this case. She says, Hunter was there when Evelyn died. I wrapped her up and I swallowed her. I held her. She kept getting colder as the day went on. I didn't want her to get cold. Hunter took her and he got rid of her. Now, they want you to believe that that's just impossible. Why did Hunter not give his DNA? Ask yourself that. If you have nothing to hide, why wouldn't you just let them test your DNA against all the evidence they had? Turns out they couldn't have tested it, probably. But he didn't give them that chance because he had something to hide. Now, his dad said that he was schizophrenic. I asked him, is he schizophrenic and have hallucinations? He agreed with me on that. He also agreed with me when I asked him if he talked about using an aluminum foil or tin foil. And he says, yeah, he talks about some off-the-wall stuff. Now, ask yourself, who's more likely to have wrapped that child in tinfoil? The child's mother that has cared for the child, taken care of the child, or the boyfriend who's schizophrenic? And I'm not trying to build a 500 wood. That's not been my intention throughout this trial. But Megan's statement is that one of them rolled over on the bed. The young mother may think that. There could have been other causes. When we get to the causes, I guess we can go ahead and we can talk about Dr. Smith and Dr. Malushnik. Now, Dr. Smith asked her about several different things. She's the lady who actually performed the autopsy. And she formed an opinion of homicidal death based on the way the child was in the trash can. But she could not tell you a medical basis for the child's death, other than a diagnosis of exclusion. And the diagnosis of exclusion is simply, we don't know what else is wrong with her, so she must have smothered in this trash can. That's what they want, what she said, essentially. Now, I cross-examined her about a lot of things. I asked her about SIDS. And even though the subsequent doctor didn't agree with it, Dr. Malushnik, I didn't ask about something that didn't exist. Dr. Smith knew exactly what SIDS was. We talked about it. We talked about the ages, how we don't know what causes it. She answered questions about it. She said, ultimately, she could not rule that out in this case. Just like she could not say with any degree of certainty that the child was placed in the trash can alive or dead. She couldn't say that. She brought up that the child had a heart valve that leaked. She admitted under cross-examination that that could have been what killed the child. We talked about laryngeal, we talked about laryngeal convulsions. Could that have caused the death of the child? She admitted it could. Now, Ms. Massagill brought up that I brought up tongue tie. I brought up tongue tie. I brought up GERD. I brought up an infection she had, because all of those things can lead to the onset of SIDS. That's the research, and Dr. Smith agreed with that. Now, I want to tell you something about Dr. Smith and Dr. Malushnik. I think Dr. Smith she was the medical examiner in Johnson City when this happened. Dr. Malushnik is not her boss. She's not, it's not like she's somehow over her. Dr. Smith was the chief medical examiner at Jenkins Autopsy Center, Forensic Center. Subsequently, for whatever reason, the state sent her report to Dr. Malushnik for another opinion. Dr. Malushnik only reviewed her report, and she finds that it's a good report. But then she wants to go further and find with some type of certainty that child was placed in the trash can. And you saw an exchange between me and her in here yesterday. It went on for 4 or 5 questions. And I kept asking her, Doctor, can you say any type of certainty? What can you say about this? Can you conclusively say that that child was dead when it was wrapped in the blanket, wrapped in tinfoil, and put in the trash can? She evaded that question. She wouldn't answer that question. She finally answered that question only after it was threatened she would be in contempt if she didn't directly answer the question. And her answer was, no, I can't say conclusively. And then she threw out kind of a parting shot at me as she left. And suggest to you the more accuracy of that parting shot, she said the child could have been murdered some other way. Should have been. The child could have died some other unknown way. That's what the truth would have been. She presupposed that this child was alive when it went in the trash can. The doctor who did the autopsy was very clear she could not conclude that. She said it couldn't be excluded, but it cannot be included. Dr. McLushnik come in with a preconceived notion of that's what happened. Now, the state has to prove to you cause of death in this case. They have to prove that child was unlawfully killed. They have to prove this wasn't an accident. The proof from Dr. Smith leaves open a heart, it leaves open SIDS, laryngeal convulsion, it leaves open all of those things. We don't know what happened. It also left open a rollover, which is what Megan told Agent Fraley. And now, would Megan know for sure that that's what happened? Maybe not. You wake up and you find your baby dead in bed. Could you not come to the reasonable conclusion one of us must have rolled over on it? She's 17 years old. She's not sophisticated. She's had a hard life. She's scared that she's going to get in trouble. Hunter Wood's scared that he's going to get in trouble. And that's why she does what she does. Hunter takes the baby to dispose of it. She knows about it. Is that right on her part? No, it's not. Should she have called and reported? She absolutely should have. I told you that in my opening statement. Have they proved that she's a liar over and over? They have. Don't deny that. They haven't proved she's a murderer. You have more counts of false report than I can really count. I think there's 11 or 12 of them. Almost every time she's talking to law enforcement, you're considering a count of false report. With the exception of, you're not considering one for the time she talked to Agent Fraley. That's not before you. I would submit to you what happened was the conversation with Agent Fraley on the 25th of February, almost 5 years ago. That was a breaking point. That's a breaking point where she finally admits Evelyn is dead. She's able to admit to herself. You saw all these pictures she's sending back and forth before that. That's how she's grieving. Maybe she doesn't want to accept that the child is dead. Maybe as long as she keeps talking about it, talking to the media, talking to the police, and saying that Evelyn is somewhere else, she believes that. Maybe that's how she's getting by. You can't judge someone for how they grieve. You don't know what goes through their head. You don't know what they were raised with. I've never lost a child. I hope none of you ever have. But how am I to tell someone when they lose their child how they grieve? How am I to do that? Amber can tell you that. Oh, she shouldn't have went here. She shouldn't have did that. How does she know that? She's not in Megan's shoes. She's not out there living in that single wide trailer. That's not her life. She's not been raised by drug addict parents, a dad that beats on her mom constantly, and seen that growing up. She's not seen that. She can't put herself in her shoes. It's not fair to say she murdered her child because she didn't grieve right. I resent it. You should too. You should look to the evidence in this case. Do they prove a cause of death? That's the stopping point on the homicide counts. They can't do it. They brought two medical examiners in here who contradicted each other. The first one at least had read her medical records. The second one talks about how she is perfectly a healthy child. She ignored everything in her medical records. She didn't talk about them. It was obvious to me. Should have been obvious to you. She hadn't read them. She didn't care. It was her job to come here and convict Megan Boswell of murder. If you don't believe that, why would she leave here and say, well, she must have been murdered some other way? She was a biased witness, and she wasn't a credible witness. Now let's talk about the tinfoil. How can her one fingerprint be on a piece of tinfoil? Can y'all see this roll? Maybe like this. Okay, my fingerprint's on this roll. I've taken this one. The next person who gets this is going to get a piece of tinfoil with my fingerprint. That's a possible way. What's another possible way? We've heard that the tinfoil had food and debris on it. So there's food and debris in the trash can. But tinfoil was already thrown away in the trash can. Like that, whoever got it would have had to have reached in there and gotten several pieces. There were several pieces of tinfoil. I believe 4. There should have been fingerprints all over it. One fingerprint. One fingerprint. It doesn't prove she put that tinfoil on there. Now, what about DNA on the garbage can? I would just about guarantee you, each and every one of you, your DNA is on your garbage can in your kitchen. Your DNA is all over the house. Your finger, I said DNA, actually fingerprint. Your fingerprints are all over your house. It's the kind of thing we don't think about, but you touch something, you put your prints. I think that's what you should consider. I mean, probably Evelyn's handprint on the trash can. At some point, I think in opening, I mentioned to you an unidentified palm print on the trash can. Well, I didn't know at the time it was a child's because it wasn't in the fingerprint analysis report. It's not unbelievable that it's the child's. Now, Ms. Maxengill made a statement, and I was a little perplexed with it. The state wants you, or the defense wants you to believe that wearing gloves prevents putting fingerprints on something. You heard the fingerprint experts say they can't. I think we all know that from our common sense stuff. If you cover the fingerprint up, you're not going to leave it on something. Now, let's go back to the statement with Agent Fraley. February the 25th. She's talked to law enforcement over and over. And she talks about how she breaks down. She breaks. It's the breaking point. She admits she's dead. And she's telling them the truth. How do you know she's telling them the truth? Because if she's still trying to lie to them, if she's still trying to confuse them, she wouldn't have said, I don't know where the baby is. It could be at Hunter's, it could be at Tommy's. Why would you say, if you're trying to lie to them, or perpetuate this lie like Miss Maxengill tells you, that the baby could be at Tommy's? Why would you do that? Ask yourself that question. She's telling them where the baby is. She thinks, I think it could have been left one of these 2 places, because I want to find it. And you'll have that video. You can watch it as many times as you want to. I hope you will watch it again. You hear Agent Fraley talk about how he'll go to the DA. She's a scared young mother. He understands that. Now, I don't have to prove this case. I wish I could, but I can't. You can't prove a negative. What I can tell you is the state has not proven their case. They've not proven the cause of death. They've not proven that the death was an unlawful killing as opposed to an accident, or some rolling over in the bed being an accident, or some kind of health-related issue. They haven't proved that. Let's talk about the gloves. I go around in circles sometimes, and I hope y'all are following me. I apologize for that. But let's talk about those gloves. Ms. Maxengill talks about the criminal tore the gloves up in the trash can. I think if you'll remember back and look through your notes, TBI cut those gloves up for testing. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. And what do those gloves tell us? Do they match up to anyone? No. But they do match up to an unknown male. There's not enough profile there to match it to someone specifically identify them, but it matches it up to an unknown male. That's why there's not multiple fingerprints on the tinfoil on the child. Those gloves that match some unknown male. We know it's male DNA. We know that. Finally, let me talk just a little bit about Hunter. There's a text thread, and it's in February. It's between Megan and Hunter. And it appears like Megan's telling Hunter the same story she's telling everyone else. But remember, Megan's told Agent Fraley that Hunter doesn't want his name brought into this. He doesn't want to be involved. He told her not to tell anybody anything about the child. At this point, Hunter, he throws out a name in that text. He talks about Agent Wilhoit. He's been involved with the police. He knows the police are looking at this. This is February the 22nd. Suggest to you that text thread is, look at the texts. They're self-serving. I'm just worried about the baby. I just want the baby returned safe. That's Hunter and Megan's way of covering Hunter's involvement in this. I'm not saying Hunter killed that child. I'm saying he did dispose of the child. That text thread, it's a convenient way if you think about it. If you're trying to have proof that you didn't do something, if you start a conversation, start texting it, say, oh no, I didn't do that. Look at my text. I texted her, she's told me this. It's a convenient thing for him. But he didn't give his DNA. We know that. And his dad talks about he went crazy because he was called a baby killer. Maybe he went crazy because of his participation in disposing of that body. We don't know. Everybody seems to agree he has went crazy. You saw a document admitted this morning, and that's where he's being held out of court over in Virginia to be evaluated to see where he's competent for some crime he's committed. He's up at Marion right now to be evaluated. That's what we know. I hope I've answered your questions. I hope my argument has helped you somehow with this case. But what I would say to you, if you have questions, about any elements of these crimes, and your questions are not answered to your satisfaction, you have reasonable doubt. If you say, I don't know how that child died, that's reasonable doubt on this homicide. I don't think I have much more to say to you. I go to a Baptist church and I hate long sermons, and I'm used to it. I think I've been up here for about a half an hour, but I pray you'll come to the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. General, you may close on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, much like Megan Boswell, Mr. Scott seems to have some very convenient explanations for what happened in this case. Lots of things that happened in this case. All of the evidence in this case that points to his client, he's got some sort of explanation for it. But the problem is, in order to buy into this, in order to believe it, you have to believe Megan Boswell. You have to believe that when she spoke to Agent Fraley on the 25th, that she was somehow, for the first and only time in this courtroom, speaking the truth. But I think each of you, as you sit here, know that's not possible. That's not possible. Megan Boswell is one of those people. You used to hear the expression, the truth ain't in them. The truth's not in Megan Boswell. She doesn't know how to tell the truth. Everything that she tells to every person in her life is for some reason. And that reason is because Megan's trying to get something out of it. She is a master manipulator. Even at 17 years old, you sit there and watch those videos. She's trying to play everybody. She's trying to play the law enforcement officers who are interviewing her. She's playing her friends, every person in her life who walked through that gate and sat up on that witness chair was in some way manipulated by Megan Boswell. Some way. Whether it was about Evelyn, whether it was about how she was going to pay for a babysitter, whether you're the father of my child, whether you're a great grandfather, whether your wife who's dying of cancer is babysitting the kid. I mean, she knows no bounds. There is no person that she will not manipulate and tell untruths about and to. No one. But Mr. Scott comes in here today and says, yeah, hey, come on, ladies and gentlemen, you know, the 25th, you could, that was the point, which she decided, hey, I'm going to be truthful here. No, no, it wasn't. And we know it's not. It was just another story. She was telling law enforcement to lead them some other way. That's all it was. And if you remember, Agent Gratz testified. General Massengill was asking him the question, you know, when did this first thing about accidents and rollovers, when did that come up? Well, it came up when the police and law enforcement finally said, yeah, we got nothing going on here. We got to give her an out. We got to give her something so we can try to find this kid. So they're the ones who suggested it. And then very conveniently, the next day, she comes in, and guess what? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been lying to you all for days and days and days now. But now I'm going to tell you the truth. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I submit to you, the only time that Megan Boswell may have told the truth about some small portion, if you remember during one of the interviews, Lieutenant Price, who had been very patient with her up until that point in time, finally said, come on, something happened on December 21st. And she stopped him and corrected him. Remember? She said, no, something happened before December 21st. Yeah, something did. She murdered her child. That's what happened before December 21st. Ladies and gentlemen, before I speak further about the physical evidence that ties and shows that Miss Boswell is the one who is guilty in this case and who needs to be held accountable, I want to take you back to jury selection. Last week when you all were first up here and up there, and I asked you if all of you had brought your common sense with you. And if all of you, as you listen to the evidence in the case, would use your common sense. And everyone agreed that you would. So I want to remind you of that. And it reminds you to apply that to the evidence that you've heard, the testimony that you've heard in this case. Because the defense wants to say that perhaps, again, speculating, it's a possibility that Evelyn just died one day in early December. And then all of a sudden, Megan engages in this just pattern of just totally bizarre behavior that involves wrapping her child in a blanket, tightly pressing her head in aluminum foil and stuffing her in a trash can, and then engaging in this just convoluted tale to anybody who wants to inquire about what's going on with Evelyn. But it's a remarkable coincidence, isn't it, that all this occurs at the same time that she starts working at the chicken shack. And then she meets Hunter Wood. You know, that Hunter Wood, the one who lives
out on the lake in the big house. And remember, this is where Megan's living before December. These are the conditions Megan's subjecting her child to before December. Then she meets Hunter Wood. Big house out by the lake. Dad owns a business that I'm working at. There's other things she's telling investigators as time goes on. Needed a break. Watching 3 kids. Remember, her mom had the 2 other young siblings. Needed a break. Was tired. Wanted Ethan Perry to step up. I've been raising this kid for a whole year by myself. Probably a little bit of truth in there. A little bit of truth. But it's a remarkable coincidence. This kid, Evelyn, natural causes, just dies right at the same time. Apply your common sense in asking yourselves why. Why would Megan Boswell then start on December the 7th? She tells Bailey Hawkins, hey, it's just me. Ethan's grandma has Evelyn right now. December 7th. Remember, she starts Chicken Shack the 2nd, 7th, 5 days. 5 days later. Why does she start telling all these things that are obviously not true? I'm in a custody battle with Ethan. I don't have her. Evelyn's sick. She's got the flu. I can't bring her. Can't bring her up there to get the Christmas gifts. Let you see her. Why does she do that? Why does a mom who, by everybody's testimony, everybody's, her friend Bailey Hawkins told you, I mean, yeah, she wasn't a perfect mom, but she did well. She did well. They all did. I mean, she's posting pictures on Facebook, Instagram. Everybody. Her own pediatrician, Dr. Pugh, came in here. Yeah. She's a good kid. We didn't have any concerns. Healthy, meeting milestones, an advanced child. Why does a mom who dotes over her kid, who won't even let anybody babysit, she's so protective of this child? Remember Erica Stacy? I mean, heaven's sakes. I mean, that's an ex-boyfriend's mom who is willing to babysit the kid so that her son can go on dates with her. She won't let her do it. She won't let her do it. She will not let her babysit. That's how protective she is of this child. So why? Why? Apply your common sense. She won't do it because she can't face the truth about what she's done. She can't face that truth. She can't look at that picture. And I'm not going to put it back up there for you. She can't face what she's done to that child. Discarding her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did. She can't face that truth. So she engages in just spinning all these stories to everybody. Everybody that comes with a story, she's deflecting that out because she doesn't want to face that. It is almost unbelievable to me that the defense is still arguing that Hunter Wood had some involvement in this case. I mean, truly unbelievable to me that they're making that argument. That has no credibility, number one. And two, no proof whatsoever. Not a single shred of evidence has been presented in this courtroom that ties Hunter Wood to anything dealing with the death of Evelyn Boswell. Not one thing. It's all just rank speculation. Oh, well, because he's in a mental hospital, therefore he must have done something. Right? No. How many people walked up there, took that witness stand and said, oh yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter and Evelyn and Megan together. I remember when I saw that. None. Nobody said that. How many people said, oh yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter holding Evelyn at the chicken. No, again, nobody said that. No evidence, nothing from that witness stand ever put Hunter with Evelyn. She evidently wants you to believe, again, and I'll put this picture back up there. She wants you to believe that Hunter, and remember her when she's talking to Agent Fraley, that Hunter went over to her place. That's her place. Stayed the night with her and rolled over on the child. He's got a place over, nice place over on the lake, remember? But that's what she wants you to believe. When her breaking point, when she's finally telling the truth. Apply your common sense to that. What else possibly ties Hunter to this case? To Evelyn's body being disposed? Well, maybe it's the playhouse over on Tommy's property. No. Again, we know Evelyn is probably gone 5 days after she first met Hunter from working at the chicken shack. But Megan Boswell wants you to believe that he's then able to go onto her and stick a body in a trash can in a playhouse that was built for Megan Boswell. Mr. Scott asked you, and I wrote it down. He asked you who was more likely to have left a print on the foil. Well, I'll tell you who's more likely to have left a print on the foil. The person whose print was found on the foil, Megan Boswell. He stands up here, and again, we've got explanations for everything. Well, maybe it was possible she tore a sheet off earlier, and in doing that, she grabbed the foil and left a print. Well, there's no Hunter Wood prints on any of the foil. The bag that's stuffed on top of the body where Evelyn's found. Multiple prints on that. None of them belong to Hunter. They all belong to Megan Boswell. He wants to say, and again, it's still beyond my comprehension that we're talking about Hunter Wood here. You know, why wouldn't Hunter give a DNA sample? I don't know. Perhaps because Hunter is being mucked up in Megan's world here. My gosh. Here I am dating this girl, and all of a sudden I got TBI agents asking me about a child that's missing and no explanation for it. Maybe that's why. And again, in this particular case, you heard from Agent Gray. What does it matter? There's nothing that was tested. All those things she testified to yesterday, all of them, all those things I handed up to her that she analyzed, not one piece of them had any identifiable DNA on it that could have been tied back to Hunter. None. Everything was Megan's or Evelyn's or limited profiles. As I remember, I asked her if I gave everybody in the world's DNA to her, she wouldn't have been able to match any DNA to Hunter Wood. Nothing. Everything connected to that body in the trash can comes back to Megan Boswell. And then, let's not forget, in the middle, while all this is going on, February 22nd, Megan's child's missing. They question Hunter. And they have this conversation. And Mr. Scott wants you to believe that this is some kind of contrived thing between Megan and Hunter. But what evidence did you hear that there was any sort of contrived conversations going on here? Nothing. Again, nothing. In order to believe that, you've got to believe one person, Megan Boswell. And we know you can't believe her. No. Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. What's her response? If she was truly trying to cover this up, a little bit better response would probably be heard. She says, Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing. His concern, please assure me the baby will be found and brought home safely. That's not a conversation with someone that you have that has disposed of a body, that has helped get rid of your dead child. That's not a conversation. Hunter Wood is not at play here, ladies and gentlemen. Not at all. Not at all. Defense has also talked to you about these things that medical conditions that they questioned the medical examiners about yesterday. Possible things that might have caused Evelyn to just suddenly die of natural causes. A perfectly healthy child. Again, he's asking you to speculate about possibilities. But we don't decide this case on possibilities. And if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't hear from just 2 doctors about Evelyn's condition, about what kind of a child she was. You heard from 3 doctors. Her pediatrician testified in this case too. And what did she tell you? Evelyn was a healthy child, advanced, had met all of her milestones. Any concerns about her health? No, her concern was that on December the 5th, she doesn't show up for her year checkup appointment. She's a no-show. That's her concern, not Evelyn's got tongue tie. I'm concerned maybe she's going to die from SIDS. Not, oh, she's got some sort of reflux going on. I'm afraid she might be at risk to just suddenly die one day. That's not her concern. And remember, and Mr. Scott didn't talk about this because you don't want to talk about it. I asked Dr. Malushnik yesterday about statistics. This wasn't just her opinion. These are statistics kept by the Department of Health in Tennessee about the number of kids over 1 year of age who died in rollover deaths. Entire state of Tennessee last year, none. Entire state of Tennessee last 10 years, none. But yet they want you to believe that's a possibility in this case. She's the first one, ladies and gentlemen, evidently, the first one. No, it's not a possibility. You decide this case on the evidence that you've heard, the testimony you've heard from that witness stand. And the testimony you heard from 2 different medical examiners said this child died from asphyxiation. That's what they told you. Both of them told you that. He said they had contrary opinions. They didn't have contrary opinions. One of them had a little stronger opinion, but they both had the same opinion. They both told you the cause of death was the same thing, asphyxia. All the evidence in this case points to one person alone as being the person who caused that asphyxiation. And that is Megan Boswell. This wasn't an accident, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't an accident at all. You've got lots of evidence of premeditation sitting over there in that box. This isn't a little piece of tin foil. This isn't foil like you stick around a baked potato and stick in the oven. You saw it. You saw the photographs, and the foil's in there. Pull it out. It's a big old piece of foil. Mr. Scott wants to suggest maybe it's sitting down in the trash can, somebody pulled it out. Nobody's using that much foil. Use your common sense. And remember the testimony from Dr. Malusnik yesterday about how that foil was applied. That blanket, so tight when they're taking it off, the impressions left on that child's face. The foil, how painstakingly slow they had to pull it off because it was tightly compressed around the child's head. I submit to you, that's premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. That's intent. That's not an accident. Part of this case, ladies and gentlemen, that as Mr. Scott said, is really, sad. It really is. It's a tragedy. You think about all those people that you heard testify, how easily all of this could have been avoided. All those people, Bailey Hawkins, Audrey Gibbs, Casey Saltz, Gail Kite, Paul Miller, Erica Stacy. Any one of those people would have taken that child. All this could have been avoided. But Megan Boswell only cares about one person, and that's Megan Boswell. She started a facade back first week of December after she killed her child. She created this world, this web, you've heard it called. And that's a pretty good description of it. It's a web. It traps and ensnares everybody that she comes into contact with. She started this facade back then, and it's continued and continued and continued. And she brought it into here to this courtroom in front of you. And she's trying to get you all to believe the rollover, believe the accident, believe my child died of natural causes, and that I just flipped out and engaged in this totally bizarre behavior. But in order to do that, you have to ignore the evidence in this case. You have to ignore the forensics that place her and her alone as the perpetrator of this crime. This case is the very opposite of an accident. It's an intentional and knowing murder of a child. Megan Boswell got rid of Evelyn so that Megan could do Megan. She enjoyed it. You've seen the pictures General Massengill showed you. Hanging out on Blowing Rock, going to the aquarium, Super Bowl party. Megan Boswell sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back in that first week in December. As guilty as she was on February the 18th, when she first came in there, Detective Perez and James Lewis interviewed her. She acted all surprised. What are y'all going to do? You going to find my child for? What do you do when a child goes missing? Remember those expressions, those questions she threw out there? She sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back then because she never learned the one lesson that we all know, which is that you're responsible for your actions and your choices in life. And she sits here because she refused to learn that lesson. You've heard her interviews. She takes responsibility for nothing. But today is the day that you get to hold her responsible for those actions, for her poor choices and decisions. for her decision to get rid of Evelyn, to dispose of her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did, ladies and gentlemen. She disposed of her child like a piece of garbage. But her poor choices and decisions have a price, and they have a consequence. The state has proven to you over the course of the last week, Megan Boswell is guilty. First-degree murder, false report, tampering with evidence, and failing to report that death to authorities. We ask today that you hold her responsible for those poor decisions by finding her guilty as charged.
Thank you, General. Attorneys.
All right. All right. My poll has got 228 votes. 95% of people in this chat think the jury will find Megan guilty, and 5% will think they find her not guilty. I purposefully didn't include hung jury in there. You think it'll be hung? I don't personally. I'm going to end this poll. 232 votes now. All right, I'm going to end it. Oh, it changed to 94% and 5%. Oh, we've got a missing 1% now. But anyway, I think they're going to find her guilty. I can't vote in my own poll, though.
Mr. Hyatt, Mr. Selner, Mr. Arnett, you're the three alternates. If you will go with the officer.
He named them.
Just leave them in the seat. That'd be fine. And your notes as well. We'll just.
He just named them. I know he only gave surname, but still.
What do you mean? Yeah, I'm going to finish the charge. All right. Now, back on page 49. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom, and your foreperson will deliver the verdict form to the court. Take with you the presentment, the exhibits, the verdict forms, the court's written instructions, and you may retire and consider your verdict as soon as the officer comes back to get you.
Is she thinking, today I could walk free after 5 years in the Sullivan County Jail? I could be sleeping in my own bed tonight. That's what she's thinking.
All right, now you go with the officer.
Everyone stand, please.
3:05 p.m.
Well,
right. Leave the others.
I think she knows she's toast. Yeah, so do I. I think she must know.
Maybe see. All right, we'll be in recess, waiting verdict of the jury.
Oh, we are officially in verdict watch, ladies and gentlemen. You're officially in verdict watch. I've even got an overlay. For this. Hold on. Oof. Boom. All right. So what's going to happen? I'm going to leave the stream running and I'm going to turn my volume up as high as it will go. So as soon as there's a move in the court, I will be back. I will be back. But otherwise, I'm going to go and do other things. All right. I promise I won't fall asleep. However late it gets, it's currently 7 minutes past 8 in the PM for me, with no indication of how long he will allow them to deliberate today. We don't know whether he's going to stop them at 5 PM and let them go back to the hotel. They are sequestered. They are sequestered until they render a verdict, whether that takes an hour or whether that takes 10 days. They are sequestered until that verdict. So bear that in mind. We could be here a long time, or it could be done and dusted by the end of today. It's currently just gone 3 PM in Sullivan County, Tennessee. So I'm not going to be watching chat until there's a sound from the courtroom. And then I'm going to jump into action. It could well be just a jury question and nothing more, and that's okay. But we're going to be on it as soon as a rustle of paper in the courtroom. But until then, I'm going to go and do other things, and you decide. I'm not going to play any music or anything like that. So, you could have this on in the background while you do other things. That's kind of what I do when there's a verdict watch going on. It's up to you. So I'm going to bid you farewell until we get a rustle of paper from the court.
may be seated. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go through these admonitions again. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning the case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. Now, when you get back to the hotel, you're not to deliberate. You only deliberate in that room. That's 11. I don't think we have Ms. Rucroft. They all left you. Okay. We'll go through this one more time now that we're all back together. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with the trial. You're not to form or express an opinion about the case until you finally decide it. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning the case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. All right. Yeah, you can go with the officer. Have a good evening.
All right. Looks like they're done for the day. Yeah, they're going to the hotel. They're back in the morning. No verdict, no. No verdict, no questions so far. There we go. There we go. I can hear myself. I can hear myself in the background because I'm on my phone. I think Ansley Daniel did an interview with Gene Scott. Hold on, I'm just going to go and turn my phone off. Just a second. It's doing my head in. All right, I'm back. Okay, just let me find it. Here we go.
Thank you, Alex. Jurors have began deliberation in the murder trial of Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell, the only person who faces any charges in the death of her baby daughter, Evelyn. Those charges include first-degree murder and felony murder. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel joins us now live from Sullivan County with defense attorney Gene Scott. Ansley?
Yeah, Casey, I'm standing by here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us right now.
Glad to.
Well, first off, this morning, a lot of folks were curious as to whether or not Megan Boswell was going to take the stand herself. Talk to me a little bit about why she did not.
We gave it a lot of thought and are at one point leaning toward doing it, but after the medical examiners testified yesterday, I don't feel the state's proved their case, at least it's the cause of death, and we don't feel it was necessary.
And I know that right now jurors are deliberating. So talk to me a little bit about what you hope they're really considering right now and really mulling over inside that jury room.
I hope they're considering all the evidence, but in particular, I hope they're considering the testimony from both medical examiners and the fact of the latex gloves found in the trash can with the child that had male DNA on them.
And I know there's been obviously a lot of talk about Hunter Wood here in this. And this morning, prosecutors brought forth a piece of, paper from the state of Virginia that, talked about his involuntary, commitment to the mental institute there. But let's talk a little bit about why you want his name to, be said in this trial.
I don't think the only reason his name come up was because that's what Megan talked to Brian Fraley about in her interview. So that's why his name is in this trial. That's in evidence. And The thing about that interview is she was, they initially charged her with a false report in that count. They dismissed that count. And so it's our position that her interview with the TBI was truthful.
And let's talk a little bit about that. I know that you did raise a question in the beginning about why she said, that night she gave them that confession, if you will, but they didn't go to the property until a couple of days later.
I don't have an answer to that. I know they had searched the property on the 23rd with cadaver dogs, and maybe that's why they didn't think it was fruitful.
And I know that a lot of folks have been having their eyes on this trial. Talk to me a little bit about what you want people at home to know.
I just want people at home to know that maybe Megan has been painted with the wrong brush. The girl that's sitting in there beside me in the courtroom, she's not the girl that you're seeing on the videos from 5 years ago.
And what do you want people to know about who she is today?
I think she's a nice young woman. I hope she has a full life ahead of her.
All right. Well, Gene Scott, thank you so much. And again, we expect jurors to be deliberating for quite some time as they're mulling over these 19 charges here in Blountville. We're not sure exactly what time they'll call it tonight. If they do, we are expecting them, again, like I said, to continue to mull over this. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated on air and online. Casey, back to you.
Ainsley Daniel reporting live for us from outside the Sullivan County Courthouse.
All right, so for those just hopping on here, just heard the noise of things happening in the courtroom. They've gone back to the hotel for the night. So we've got almost 3 hours in to deliberations before Judge Goodwin called it. So they've gone back to the hotel for the night and they will be back tomorrow to resume deliberation. How long have they been deliberating? Just under 3 hours before Judge Goodwin called them back into the courtroom. So I don't know whether that was like his choice or whether the jurors were tired and wanted to leave. I don't know. But they've done almost 3 hours before they've gone back. No questions, not a peep, not a peep from them. So, all right, we're back tomorrow. Rinse and repeat. So I'll set the scheduler up for 9 a.m. Eastern, maybe. Maybe I'll do it just for a little bit before. So all he'll do is he'll bring them in to the courtroom to ask them if anything's happened, whether they've seen any TV, all the stuff he normally does. And then they'll go right out again to the deliberation room. So it could be another long day of doing nothing, just waiting. All right, so signing off after this live stream's been on for like nearly 10 hours. So signing off and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.